September 2019. A hospital room in northern Montana, where the mountains press close to the town and the forests stretch for hundreds of miles in every direction. The room smells like antiseptic and something else. Something older. Fear, maybe. The kind that comes from knowing your time is measured in hours, not days. Thomas Whitmore is 87 years old. He's been a hunter his entire life. Spent more nights under pine trees than under his own roof. His hands are weathered, scarred from decades of field work, and now they're clutching his grandson's wrist with a strength that doesn't belong to a dying man. The family expects goodbyes. They expect soft words, maybe some wisdom about life or love. His daughter has her phone out, recording what she thinks will be a final message for the grandchildren who couldn't make it in time. But Thomas isn't looking at her. His eyes have gone sharp, focused in a way they haven't been for weeks. It's as if something just woke up inside him. Some urgent memory clawing its way to the surface. He pulls his grandson closer. The monitors beep steadily in the background. And then he starts talking. Not about family. Not about regrets or pride or the life he's lived. He's talking about the woods. About paths that appear where there shouldn't be paths. About silence that feels wrong. The kind that makes your skin crawl even though you can't explain why. He's reciting rules, one after another. His voice low and insistent. Never follow a trail you didn't see on the way in. Never ignore your dog when it refuses to move forward. Never whistle after dark. Never answer when you hear your name called from deep in the trees. His grandson doesn't understand. He glances at his mother, confused, thinking maybe the morphine has finally pulled his grandfather somewhere else. But Thomas squeezes harder. His breathing is labored, but his words are clear. These aren't the confused ramblings of a medicated mind. This is something he's been carrying for 74 years. Something his own grandfather told him in 1945, and he's only just remembered that he never passed it down. 7 minutes. That's how long he talks. 7 minutes of warnings that sound like superstition, like old-world paranoia. And then he's gone. His hand going slack, the monitor's flatline screaming what everyone in the room already knows. The family mourns. They hold a service. They share stories about Thomas the hunter, Thomas the father, Thomas who knew the wilderness better than he knew himself. But nobody talks about those last 7 minutes. It was just the confusion of a dying brain, wasn't it? Just neurons misfiring in the final moments. Except it wasn't just Thomas. In the Appalachian Mountains, an 82-year-old trapper told his daughter the same things 3 months earlier. In Norway, a retired forest guide whispered identical warnings to his son. In Japan, in Siberia, in the deep woods of Ontario, elderly people who spent their lives in the forests were dying with the same urgent messages on their lips. They'd never met each other. They didn't share a culture or a language, but they shared the rules. This isn't folklore. It's not legend or myth. It's something else entirely. A knowledge system so old that nobody remembers where it came from, passed down in whispers from grandparents who learned it from their grandparents, stretching back through generations of people who understood that the woods have rules, and breaking those rules has consequences. 3 weeks after Thomas Whitmore died, his grandson went hiking. Just a routine trail, nothing serious. He was experienced, prepared, careful. But he didn't come back. Search and rescue found his phone 2 days later, half buried in leaves near a path that didn't appear on any map. The phone was still recording. The screen was cracked, but the file was intact. 7 hours of footage. Most of it is just darkness and the sound of footsteps, of branches breaking, of breathing that gets faster and more panicked as the hours pass. But in the last 15 minutes, you can hear him talking to himself. And if you listen closely, you can hear him remembering fragments of what his grandfather said, trying to recall the rules he didn't write down, didn't take seriously, didn't think he'd ever need. So what exactly did Thomas Whitmore whisper in that hospital room? And why do hunters across 7 continents, who've never met each other, share nearly identical warnings? Dr. Sarah Chen never intended to become an expert on what dying hunters whisper to their families. She's a folklorist, teaches at Stanford, studies how traditional knowledge gets transmitted across generations. Her field is academic, measured, built on citations and peer review. But in 2004, something happened that pulled her away from theoretical research and into something she still struggles to categorize. She was hiking with her grandfather in the Vietnamese highlands. He was 78 then, had worked as a forest guide his entire adult life. They came to a fork in the trail. One path curved gently around a hillside, disappearing into dense bamboo. The other cut straight through, clear and easy, obviously the faster route. Sarah started down the straight path. Her grandfather grabbed her arm, pulled her back with surprising force. She asked why, he wouldn't explain, just shook his head and pointed to the longer route. When she pressed him, all he said was that his father taught him never to take the straightest path, and his father learned it from someone before that, going back further than anyone could remember. That moment stayed with her, not because it was dramatic, but because it was so specific. Not advice, not suggestion, a rule. Absolute and non-negotiable. She started asking other people, friends whose families hunted, colleagues who grew up in rural areas, and she kept hearing the same thing. Grandparents, great-uncles, old neighbors who'd spent their lives in the woods, they all had these rules. Little warnings they'd absorbed as children and carried into adulthood. Most people laughed when they shared them, treated them like charming superstitions. The kind of thing you remember fondly, but don't actually follow. But Chen noticed something else. The rules were too consistent. A hunter in Montana and a trapper in Finland shouldn't be teaching their grandchildren identical warnings. They'd never met, didn't share a language, lived in completely different ecosystems. Yet the rules matched, sometimes word for word. Over 15 years, she conducted 317 interviews with hunters and guides over the age of 70, spanning 43 countries. She asked them a simple question. What did your elders teach you about staying safe in the forest? She expected regional variations, cultural differences, the kind of diversity you'd find in any oral tradition. That's not what she found. The rules were nearly universal. Never whistle after dark, never take the clearest path. If your dog refuses to go forward, turn around immediately. If you hear your name called from the trees, don't answer. If you find a staircase in the woods, walk away. The specific wording changed. The languages differed. But the substance remained constant across continents and cultures. These weren't the survival tips you'd find in a handbook. Nothing about building fires or purifying water. Nothing practical in the way we understand practical. They were behavioral rules, almost psychological. They governed how you moved through the forest, how you responded to specific situations, how you interpreted what you saw and heard. Chen is a scientist. She doesn't believe in universal folk wisdom transmitted through some mystical connection. So she did what researchers do when confronted with a pattern they can't explain. She started looking for data. She requested search and rescue records from national parks across North America. She compiled missing persons reports from forest regions in Europe and Asia. She interviewed survivors, people who'd gotten lost in the wilderness and made it out alive. And then she cross-referenced everything with her collection of rules. The correlation was impossible to ignore. In 127 documented cases where hikers went missing and were later recovered alive, 89% reported following at least one of the old rules during their ordeal. Most of them didn't even know they were following a rule. They just described a moment where something felt wrong, where instinct told them to change direction or stay quiet or refuse a certain path, and they listened. A woman in Oregon got separated from her hiking group in heavy fog. She heard voices calling her name, distant but clear. Every instinct told her to follow those voices, to find her group. But she remembered something her grandmother had told her decades ago, something she hadn't thought about in years. Never answer when the forest calls your name. She stayed put. Turned out the voices weren't her group at all. Sound distortion in the fog, echoes bouncing off rock faces, creating phantom calls that would have led her deeper into unmapped terrain. A man in Sweden was hunting with his dog when the animal suddenly stopped, hackles raised, refusing to go forward. The path ahead looked fine, nothing obviously wrong. But he remembered his father's rule. Trust the dog. He turned back. Found out later that the ground ahead had collapsed into a sinkhole 2 days prior, hidden under a thin layer of snow and dead leaves. These aren't supernatural stories. They're not magic. But they're not random luck either. The rules were working. Consistently. Measurably. People who followed them survived at rates that couldn't be explained by chance alone. Chen sits in her office now, surrounded by 15 years of research. She pulls out an old leather journal, worn and stained. Her grandfather's hunting diary from the 1960s. She's translated it before, knows what's inside. 7 rules, written in Vietnamese, dated back to when her grandfather was still learning the profession from his own father. She reads them aloud. Every single one matches what Thomas Whitmore whispered before he died. Word for word, across languages and decades and thousands of miles of separation. So what are these rules? Let's start with the most important one, the rule that, according to search and rescue data, could have prevented 73 disappearances in the last decade alone. There's a reason this information is coming to you now, and it's not a comfortable one. The people who carry this knowledge are dying. Between 2010 and 2023, the number of Americans who grew up hunting or trapping, who learned to read forests the way their ancestors did, declined by 68%. What was once passed down naturally through family tradition, learned by watching and doing, has become rare enough to qualify as endangered knowledge. In 1970, the average American child could identify 12 different types of trees. They knew how to find north without a compass. They understood that forests had moods, rhythms, signs that told you when something wasn't right. Today, that same child can identify 12 corporate logos, but needs their phone to tell them which direction they're facing. This isn't about nostalgia. It's not some romantic longing for simpler times. It's a dangerous gap between what we think we know about nature and what we actually need to know to survive it. The numbers tell a story we'd rather not hear. Between 20 and Tuong forest-related disappearances in national parks increased by 43%. Search and rescue operations now cost 3 times what they did a decade ago. More people are going into the wilderness, but fewer of them have any real understanding of how wilderness works. We've become tourists in environments that require resident-level knowledge. Here's what makes this truly disturbing. When you look at the patterns in these disappearances, at the circumstances that led to people vanishing or dying, many of them match exactly what the old rules warn against. People following straight paths that seemed easier. People answering calls they heard in the distance. People ignoring their dogs when the animals refused to move forward. These aren't freak accidents or unavoidable tragedies. They're predictable outcomes of a knowledge gap we've allowed to widen into a chasm. There's a term for what we're experiencing: nature amnesia. Each generation knows less about the natural world than the one before. We've lost the instinctive understanding that our ancestors had. The ability to read a forest the way you'd read a room when you walk into it. We can't tell anymore when something is wrong. A forest that looks peaceful and inviting to modern eyes would have sent warning signals to a hunter from 1950. They could see things we've forgotten how to notice. Stand at the edge of a beautiful forest right now. Sunlight filtering through the canopy, birds singing, a clear trail leading into the trees. It looks safe. It looks like the perfect place for a hike, for some peace and quiet, for reconnecting with nature. But what are you actually seeing? Are those bird calls normal for this time of day, or are they alarm calls? Is that trail maintained, or did it appear recently? Is that silence between the trees peaceful, or is it the kind of silence that means something's wrong? You don't know. Most of us don't. We've lost the ability to read those signs, and we've lost it so completely that we don't even know what we're missing. Thomas Whitmore didn't spend his final moments worrying about his legacy or his possessions. He wasn't thinking about the life he'd lived or the things he'd leave behind. He was thinking about his grandson, about the knowledge he'd failed to pass down, about rules that seemed too old-fashioned to bother teaching until it was too late. Within a month, his fear proved justified. In the time it takes you to watch this documentary, 3 people will go missing in forests. 2 of them will never be found. What did they not know? Tonight, we're going to learn what Thomas tried to teach. The first rule he whispered, the one he said was most important, deals with something you probably wouldn't even notice. Something so subtle, so seemingly innocent, that it's killed experienced hikers who should have known better. Let's talk about paths that appear out of nowhere. Marka Chen is an Eagle Scout. 28 years old, experienced backpacker. The kind of person who plans routes down to the quarter mile and always tells someone exactly where he'll be. In October 2017, he was hiking the Cascade Loop in Washington, a trail he'd completed dozens of times. He could probably walk it blindfolded. Day 3, mile marker 42, he noticed something new. A side path branched off to the right. Well-worn, packed earth, the kind of trail that looks like it's been there for years. The branches were cleared back neatly. There were blazes on the trees, faded but visible. It angled in a direction that would cut significant distance off his return route. Marcus stopped. He'd been on this exact trail 17 times. He'd never seen this path before, but it looked so official, so maintained. Rangers must have added it recently, he thought, new shortcut for experienced hikers. It made sense. He was tired, wanted to get back to his car before dark, and here was a perfectly good trail offering exactly that. He hesitated for maybe 30 seconds, then stepped onto the path. 4 days later, search and rescue found him 12 miles off course, severely dehydrated, disoriented, sitting beside a creek in an area that had no trails whatsoever. When they asked him what happened, his answer didn't make sense. He said he followed the path for about 2 hours before realizing it was taking him somewhere wrong. He tried to backtrack, but the path behind him was gone. Not overgrown, not hard to see. Gone. As if it had never existed. Marcus was lucky. He had enough training to stop moving, to stay near water, to wait for help instead of wandering deeper into unmapped terrain. But what haunts him, what he still can't explain, is how a trail that looked decades old could appear and disappear within the same afternoon. Park rangers don't talk about this much. Not publicly. It sounds too strange, too easy to dismiss as confusion or poor observation. But if you ask them privately, especially the ones who've worked in old-growth forests for 20 or 30 years, they'll admit they've all seen it. Paths that appear on certain days, under certain conditions, leading in directions that make no geographic sense. A ranger in Olympic National Forest described finding a trail that seemed to circle back on itself in a perfect loop, which is impossible given the terrain. A ranger in the Adirondacks reported a path that appeared after heavy rain, leading straight toward a cliff edge that wasn't visible until you were 20 feet away. These aren't vague sightings or second-hand stories. These are trained professionals with decades of experience. People whose job is to know every trail in their territory, finding routes they've never seen before. Some rangers have developed their own rule, unofficial but universally understood. Never investigate a path you don't recognize, even if it looks official. Mark it, report it, but don't follow it. The explanations vary. Skeptics point to desire paths, routes created by repeated foot traffic from animals or occasional human use. Under the right lighting conditions, these can look more established than they are. Shadows, forest floor debris, the angle of sunlight filtering through leaves, all of it can create optical illusions of clear trails by Dudars, where there's really just scattered clearings. But desire paths develop gradually. They don't appear overnight, fully formed, looking like they've been maintained for years. And they don't explain what Marcus experienced, what dozens of other hikers have reported. Paths that seem to vanish when you try to retrace them. Terrain analysis adds another layer of unease. When researchers examined the areas where phantom paths most commonly appear, they found something disturbing. These paths, more often than not, lead directly toward dangerous zones. Cliff edges hidden by vegetation. Bogs that look like solid ground until you step on them. Abandoned mining shafts obscured by decades of growth. Areas where getting lost transitions very quickly into getting hurt or killed. You could argue coincidence. Forests have dangerous spots, and random paths might lead anywhere. But the concentration is too high. It's statistically unlikely that so many of these paths would terminate at places specifically designed to harm someone who follows them. One researcher in Vermont mapped phantom path sightings over a 15-year period, 63 reported instances. all in the Green Mountain National Forest. 41 of those paths led either directly or within a quarter-mile to terrain features that would be fatal or near fatal to anyone who reached them unprepared. Ravines, ice caves, sinkholes, areas prone to sudden rock slides. What creates a path in a forest overnight? And more importantly, what wants you to follow it? Ma Ka-chen was lucky. He had enough survival training to stop, assess, and wait for rescue instead of panicking. But what made him suspicious in the first place? That 30-second hesitation before he stepped onto the path. He remembered something his Korean grandmother told him when he was 8 years old, walking through woods near her village. In the forest, new paths are traps. Old paths are maps. She was teaching him rule number 1, though he didn't understand it at the time. But why does this rule work? What's the actual mechanism behind phantom paths? Dr. Michael Torres has spent 20 years studying how human brains process environmental information. He's a cognitive psychologist, specializes in spatial reasoning and perception. His office is filled with maps, brain scans, eye-tracking data from hikers wearing cameras in controlled forest environments. When you ask him about phantom paths, he doesn't dismiss them. He explains them. Human brains are exceptional at pattern recognition. It's one of our evolutionary advantages. The ability to see structure in chaos, to identify threats and opportunities from incomplete information. We see faces in clouds, animals in constellations, meaning in randomness. This tendency has a name, pareidolia. In most situations, it's harmless, even entertaining. In forests, it can kill you. Our brains want to see paths, desperately. Paths represent safety, direction, the presence of other humans, a way out. When you're tired, uncertain, maybe a little lost, your brain starts searching for any sign of structure. And because it wants to find a path so badly, it will construct one from whatever material is available. A line of fallen logs. A clearing where undergrowth is slightly thinner. Shadows that happen to form a corridor through the trees. Torres has documented the conditions that make phantom paths most likely to appear. Late afternoon, when shadows stretch long and horizontal sunlight creates dramatic contrasts. Fog, which obscures depth perception and makes everything two-dimensional. Fatigue, which reduces your brain's ability to critically filter perceptual information. Mild dehydration, which affects cognitive function before you even notice physical symptoms. And stress, which makes your brain prioritize fast pattern matching over accurate analysis. In these conditions, your brain isn't carefully evaluating whether a path exists. It's desperately assembling one from whatever visual information it can grab. A game trail here, a dry stream bed there, a random gap in the trees, a section where leaves haven't fallen as thickly. Your brain stitches these elements together and presents you with a path that feels real, looks real, triggers all the psychological rewards associated with finding your way. Torres shows footage from his studies. The same forest location, filmed at different times of day, in different weather. Morning light, everything looks chaotic. No clear direction. Late afternoon, suddenly there's an obvious trail cutting through the underbrush. Foggy evening, the trail seems to shift 20 feet to the left. Clear midday, the trail vanishes entirely. The forest hasn't changed, the trees, the ground, the rocks, all identical. Only the light and your perception have changed. What experienced hunters called phantom paths are exactly this. a combination of natural linear features, lighting conditions, and human psychology, creating the illusion of intentional trails. Animal paths that temporarily align with human width spacing. Seasonal streams that leave dry channels in summer. Fallen trees creating corridors. Your brain, primed to see organization, fills in the gaps and generates certainty where none should exist. But here's what makes the old rules so brilliant. It doesn't matter whether you understand the mechanism. Understanding why phantom paths appear doesn't make them safe to follow. In fact, the science makes the rule even more essential. The rule isn't claiming these paths are supernatural or deliberately malicious. It's recognizing something simpler and more dangerous. Your brain can't be trusted in this situation. When you see a new path, your brain releases dopamine. You've solved a problem, found a solution. That neurochemical reward creates confidence, sometimes overwhelming confidence. You feel certain. You feel like you've discovered something helpful, something that will make your journey easier. This feeling is so strong that it overrides skepticism, caution, even direct evidence that something's wrong. Torres has studied survival psychology, analyzed hundreds of cases where hikers got lost or injured. The data is unambiguous. Hikers who follow unfamiliar trails, even trails that look well-worn and official, have a 67% chance of moving further from their intended destination. They're not making random mistakes. They're following their brain's confident assertion that this new path is correct, helpful, safe. Hikers who refuse to deviate from known routes, who resist the temptation of appealing shortcuts or interesting detours, have an 89% chance of self-rescue or being found quickly. They stay predictable. Search and rescue knows where to look for them. Even if they get delayed or slightly off course, they remain within the expected search area. Old hunters understood this instinctively. They learned, through generations of collective experience, that the most dangerous paths in forests are the ones that feel right. The ones that seem perfectly placed, that offer exactly what you want, exactly when you want it. Those are the paths that lead people into terrain they can't handle, areas they're not prepared for, situations that transform a minor mistake into a crisis. So the rule is simple. Never follow a path you don't know from previous trips, no matter how legitimate it looks. Mark your map if you want, report it to rangers later, but do not step onto it. Your brain will argue with you. It will generate very convincing reasons why this path is different, why it's obviously safe, why you're being paranoid. Ignore your brain. Follow the rule. But that raises an obvious question. How do you know when you should be following a path? How do you distinguish between a safe, established trail and a dangerous deviation? The old hunters had a second sense for this, an intuition built from thousands of hours in the woods. They could read the forest in ways we've lost. But there's another rule that helps. If the path seems perfect, too conveniently placed, too obviously the easy choice, that's exactly when you should be most suspicious. Which brings us to something even more unsettling. Sometimes the forest itself tries to tell you you're making a mistake. Sometimes it tries to warn you. But only if you know how to listen to the silence. Before you set foot in any forest, there's a protocol. Not complicated, not time-consuming, but absolutely essential. The old hunters did this instinctively. For us, it needs to be deliberate. Step 1. Study your route obsessively. Don't just download a GPS track and assume technology will handle the rest. Actually, look at the trail map. Memorize landmarks, junctions, distinctive features. Notice where the trail crosses water, where it climbs ridges, where it passes unusual rock formations. On your first trip down any trail, take photos at every major intersection. Not scenic photos, navigational photos. The kind that show what the junction actually looks like from the hiker's perspective. These photos become your reference library. The next time you hike that trail, you'll recognize these exact views. And when you encounter an intersection that doesn't match your photos, you'll know immediately that something's wrong. Step 2. If you see an unfamiliar path that looks tempting, stop immediately. Don't evaluate it while standing at the junction. Don't debate whether it's legitimate. Stop and photograph it. Then photograph the area around you from all 4 directions. These images serve 2 purposes. First, they document your decision-making process. If you get lost and are later found, search and rescue can examine these photos and understand what you saw, what you were thinking, whether the path was real or illusory. Second, the act of stopping to take photos interrupts the psychological momentum that makes phantom paths dangerous. It forces you to pause, to think, to question. Step 3. Use the 3-point rule. A real, established, maintained trail will have at least 3 artificial markers visible from any position. Blazes on trees, official trail markers, carved wooden signs, evidence of recent maintenance work like cleared branches or reinforced erosion points. These markers won't be subtle or ambiguous. They'll be obvious, intentional, placed by people who want hikers to follow this route safely. Game trails have none of these. Natural drainage channels have none of this. Optical illusions created by shadow and undergrowth have none of these. If you're standing at what looks like a trail junction, and you can't see at least 3 clear artificial indicators that this is an official route, then it's not a route you should take. Step 4. If you're genuinely considering an unfamiliar path, stop and reset your cognitive state. Eat something, even if you're not hungry. Drink water, even if you're not thirsty. Rest for 15 minutes. This isn't wasted time. This is survival protocol. Fatigue, dehydration, low blood sugar, all of these states increase your brain's susceptibility to perceptual errors. They make phantom paths look more real, more appealing. 15 minutes of rest, food, and water can reset your judgment. If the path still looks equally legitimate after you've rested, it might actually be real. But even then, you still shouldn't take it, because you don't know where it goes, and knowing where a path goes is the only reason to follow it. Step 5. If you absolutely must explore a suspicious path, mark your current position first. Leave something visible. A piece of bright clothing tied to a tree branch. Reflective material that will catch light. Something you can see from a distance. Then, if you do investigate the path, never go more than 100 feet without being able to see your marker. The moment you lose sight of it, stop, turn around. Return to your marker and stay on your known route. Rangers have seen every variation of this mistake. People who followed obvious trails that turned out to be abandoned logging roads leading nowhere. Hunters who followed what looked like game trails, but were actually just sections of forest, where undergrowth happened to be thinner. Paths that dead-ended in impenetrable brush. Hikers who followed beautiful, clear paths that led directly to cliff edges hidden by vegetation until you were 20 feet away. One ranger in Colorado described finding a lost hiker who'd followed a perfect-looking trail for 3 hours. The trail had seemed so legitimate that he'd ignored his GPS showing him drifting off course. He assumed the GPS was wrong, that the trail knew better. The trail ended at a vertical drop into a canyon. No warning, no barrier, just a sheer edge. He stopped literally 5 steps before he would have walked off. Another 15 minutes of confident hiking in failing light, and he would have been another case file. Here's the most important practice. Whenever you encounter an unfamiliar path in a familiar area, treat it as a possible emergency. Not a curiosity, not an interesting discovery, but a warning sign that something about your situation has changed. Stop and reassess your position using multiple methods. Check your GPS. Check your paper map. Identify landmarks you recognize. Note the sun's position. And honestly evaluate your cognitive state. Are you tired? Are you running behind schedule and feeling pressure to move faster? Are you anxious, frustrated, or disappointed? All of these emotional and physical states make you vulnerable. They compromise your judgment and make phantom paths significantly more appealing. The path offers what you want: a solution, a shortcut, a way to fix what feels wrong about your current situation. Your brain will generate very persuasive reasons to take it. This is the psychological trap the old hunters understood so well. There's a deep human resistance to turning back, to admitting uncertainty, to wasting time. Our brains hate inefficiency. Refusing to take what looks like a shortcut feels like failure, like being overcautious, like letting fear control you. That's exactly why the old hunters made this a rule instead of a guideline. Rules don't require evaluation. Rules don't leave room for case-by-case judgment. Never follow a path that wasn't there yesterday. Not be careful about unfamiliar paths. Not use your best judgment. Never. Absolute, non-negotiable. Because your judgment in that specific moment cannot be trusted. The same brain that's telling you this path is fine is the brain that's tired, stressed, compromised by the exact conditions that create phantom path syndrome in the first place. The 15 minutes you spend questioning whether a path is real could be the difference between a story you tell at dinner and a case file that never closes. Rule number 1 teaches you what not to follow. But there's another way forests communicate danger, something old hunters considered even more reliable than visual cues. Something that happens in the seconds before you're in real trouble. When you're alone in the forest and suddenly realize you can't hear any birds, any insects, any wind, that silence isn't peace. It's a warning. And if you understand what it means, you can still save yourself. Let's talk about rule number 2. Jennifer Walsh is a wildlife photographer. She spent 15 years documenting predator behavior in the Pacific Northwest, specializing in cougars. She knows the risks, takes precautions, uses telephoto lenses that let her maintain safe distances. In August 2015, she was working in Oregon's Willamette National Forest, photographing a known cougar territory. She had her camera running. She had an audio recorder capturing ambient forest sounds for a multimedia project. She was positioned near a game trail, patient, waiting for movement. Standard procedure for her work. Then she noticed something on her audio recorder's display. A flat line. Complete silence. not gradual quieting, not the normal ebb and flow of forest sounds, instant cessation of everything. The birds that had been calling to each other stopped mid-phrase. The insects that had been producing their constant background hum went silent. No rustling leaves, no branch movement, no wind sounds. Nothing. Jennifer had been photographing predators long enough to know what this meant. She didn't debate it, she didn't second-guess herself. She immediately packed her equipment, stood slowly, and began backing away toward her vehicle. Not running, which triggers chase response. Backing away, maintaining 360-degree awareness, moving as calmly as her adrenaline would allow. She never saw the cougar, not once. But when she reviewed her camera's motion sensor data later that evening, the footage showed one had been circling her position. First pass at roughly 60 feet, second pass at 40, third pass at 25 feet, close enough that if it had decided to attack, she would have had maybe 2 seconds of warning. But here's what made Jennifer sit down and watch the footage 3 times in disbelief. When she synced her audio recording with the motion sensor timestamps, the silence began exactly 47 seconds before the cougar's first approach showed on camera. The forest had warned her nearly a minute before she could have possibly seen the danger. This wasn't coincidence. This was information. The forest had told her something was wrong before any visual confirmation was possible. And because she knew how to interpret that signal, she survived an encounter that could have ended very differently. Forest silence is one of the oldest and most reliable indicators of predator presence. Old hunters trusted it more than their eyes, more than tracks, more than any other sense. They taught their children to recognize it immediately and respond without question. But what actually causes it? Dr. Patricia Okonkwo studies wildlife behavior, specifically acoustic signaling between predators and prey. She describes forests as acoustic communities, constantly producing layered soundscapes created by dozens of species simultaneously. Birds call to each other, establishing territory and maintaining contact with their flock. Insects produce rhythmic sounds for mating and communication. Squirrels chatter warnings and location signals. Branches move in wind. Leaves rustle. Water flows. Small animals move through underbrush. This soundscape isn't random. It's normal, healthy, constant. It's what a functioning forest ecosystem sounds like. Your brain, when you first enter a forest, registers all these sounds consciously. Within minutes, they fade into background noise. You stop actively hearing them, but your brain never stops monitoring them. When an apex predator enters an area, particularly one that's hunting actively, every sound-producing creature stops simultaneously. It's not gradual. It's not a slow reduction in volume. It's instantaneous. Birds stop mid-call. Insects cease their rhythms. Even wind-dependent sounds seem to pause, as animals instinctively reduce all movement. This is a freeze response, hardwired into every prey species through millions of years of evolution. When a predator is hunting, any noise you make increases your chances of becoming its target. Silence equals survival. So every creature capable of producing sound stops producing it, immediately and completely, the moment a hunting predator gets close enough to be dangerous. The response is community-wide. A bird might not see the cougar directly, but it sees other birds freeze. It hears the silence spreading through the forest like a wave. It responds instantly, adding its own silence to the collective warning. What makes this rule powerful for humans is that we can sense this silence even when we don't consciously recognize it. Our brains are wired to notice sudden changes in ambient noise. It's a survival mechanism we've carried from our own evolutionary history as both predator and prey. When a forest goes silent, your body responds before your conscious mind understands why. Your heart rate increases, your pupils dilate, your hearing sharpens, your muscles tense. You might not know what's wrong, but you feel that something is wrong. Most people describe it as sudden unease, a feeling of being watched, an urge to leave that seems irrational. Old hunters didn't understand the neuroscience behind this response. They didn't know about acoustic communities or evolutionary freeze responses, but they recognized the signal. They learned, through generations of collective experience, that when you notice the silence, you're in immediate danger. They created a rule that translates an instinctive feeling into actionable behavior. If you notice the silence, assume you're being watched. Assume something dangerous is close enough to consider you prey, and take defensive action immediately. In the forest, silence isn't peace. It's a fire alarm. Every creature has gone quiet because something dangerous is close enough to kill them, including you. Jennifer Walsh survived because she recognized the silence and knew what it meant. But many people don't. They notice the quiet, feel uneasy, but convince themselves they're being paranoid. Or worse, they're so distracted by devices, conversation, or their own thoughts that they don't notice it at all. So what, specifically, should you do when you notice the silence? And what's actually watching you? What actually triggers forest silence? The old hunters had their observations, patterns they'd noticed over lifetimes spent in the woods. Modern wildlife research has confirmed most of what they knew and added detail to the rest. First, and most obviously, large predators actively hunting, cougars, mountain lions, bears when they're hungry, or protecting cubs, wolves moving in pack hunting formation. And in some regions, large boars or aggressive elk during rut season. When these animals shift into hunting mode, everything else in the prairies recognizes the threat and responds with immediate silence. But here's what surprises most people. The silence doesn't only happen when the predator is close to you. It happens when the predator is actively engaged in hunting behavior anywhere within the acoustic range of the forest community. You might experience complete silence because a cougar is hunting a deer 300 yards away. You're not the target, but you're within the ripple effect of that predator's presence. The entire forest has entered a freeze state, and you're inside that zone whether the predator has noticed you or not. Second, dangerous weather. Old hunters noted that forests often go silent 10 to 30 minutes before severe weather events. Thunderstorms, microbursts, tornadoes, flash flood conditions. Animals sense barometric pressure changes that we can't detect. They read atmospheric shifts that happen before visible storm signs appear. They seek shelter and become quiet in the process, creating an eerie calm before violent weather arrives. If you're experienced enough to notice this particular silence, you have a narrow window to find your own shelter before conditions become life-threatening. Hunters who ignored this warning often ended up dead, caught in the open during events they should have seen coming. Third, and this is where the rule becomes more complex, human predators. There are documented cases, supported by search and rescue records, and law enforcement reports of forests going silent in the presence of humans engaged in violent or illegal activity. Whether this happens because the person is moving aggressively, carrying unusual scents, or creating behavioral patterns that animals interpret as predatory, or whether there's something more subtle about human intent that wildlife can detect, the mechanism is still debated. But the phenomenon itself is consistent across multiple documented incidents. Hunters tracking poachers report it, rangers investigating illegal marijuana grow operations describe it. Hikers who've accidentally stumbled onto crime scenes in remote areas all say the same thing. Unnatural silence that feels different from normal predator-induced quiet. Heavier somehow. More wrong. Fourth, territorial disputes between apex predators. When two dominant species are in conflict over territory, when a bear and a cougar are both claiming the same hunting ground, the entire forest ecosystem freezes and waits. Nothing wants to attract attention from either combatant. The silence in these situations can last for hours, sometimes days, until the dispute resolves and one predator concedes the territory. Fifth, and this matters for every modern hiker, your own presence, if you're behaving incorrectly, if you're crashing through the forest, playing music from your phone, shouting conversations with your hiking partners, moving erratically and unpredictably, you create a bubble of silence around yourself. Animals interpret your behavior as threatening. They don't know you're just an oblivious human having fun. They respond the same way they'd respond to any large, noisy, unpredictable creature, by freezing and going silent until you pass. This is why experienced hunters move slowly and quietly, not just to avoid scaring game, but to allow the forest to maintain its normal acoustic pattern. When the forest stays active around you, you can hear when something else disrupts it, when you've already silenced everything with your own presence. You're deaf to actual danger signals. There's a critical distinction here that old hunters understood viscerally. There's a difference between quiet because you're present and silent because something dangerous is present. One is gradual and localized. Animals near you go quiet as you approach, then resume normal behavior after you pass. It creates a moving bubble of reduced sound that travels with you. The other is sudden and widespread. Everything stops simultaneously all at once, across a large area. That silence doesn't move with you. It's stationary, centered on whatever threat triggered it. And if you're moving through the forest and suddenly notice that the silence isn't following you anymore, that the quiet has shifted to a different location, you need to understand what that means. The threat isn't you anymore. It's something else. And you're now inside its range, Dad. Contrary to folklore and campfire stories, silence isn't caused by ghosts, spirits, or paranormal activity. Every documented case of forest silence has corresponded to a real physical danger, environmental, animal, or human. Material causes with material consequences. But that doesn't make it less serious. In fact, it makes the rule more important. The silence is reliable specifically because it has real causes. It's not superstition. It's not your imagination. It's information. The forest ecosystem is telling you something urgent, and the message is always the same. The forest isn't going silent to scare you. It's going silent to survive. Which means whatever made it go quiet sees you as either prey, competition, or collateral damage. So you're in a forest, and suddenly you notice the silence. You know what it means now, Jan. Your heart is racing, your hands might be shaking slightly, and your brain is trying to decide whether you're being paranoid or appropriately cautious. But what do you actually do? How do you respond when your instincts are screaming that something's wrong? The old hunters had specific protocols, behaviors that dramatically improved survival chances when silence descended. Let's break them down step by step, because these aren't just guidelines. These are the actions that separate people who walk out of the woods and people who don't. The moment you register the silence, stop moving immediately. Don't finish your step. Don't adjust your backpack. Don't turn to look around. Just freeze exactly where you are. This serves two functions. First, it prevents you from walking directly into whatever created the silence. If a predator is stalking through your area and you keep moving, you might cross its path or invade its attack range. Second, stopping allows your other senses to gather information without the interference of your own movement. You can't hear properly when you're walking, breathing hard, rustling through your pack. Stillness creates a sensory baseline. Step 2. Slow your breathing. Your body is flooding with adrenaline right now. Your heart is pounding. Your breath is coming fast and shallow. This is normal panic response, and it will kill you if you let it take control. Force yourself to breathe slowly. 4 counts in, hold for 4. 4 counts out. This isn't mysticism or meditation philosophy. It's practical physiology. Controlled breathing reduces panic, improves decision-making, lowers your heart rate enough to hear over your own pulse, and most importantly, makes you quieter. Panicked breathing is loud. Predators can hear it. Control your breathing and you control your noise signature. Step 3. Scan your environment without moving your head. This takes practice, but it's learnable. Use your peripheral vision to look for movement, unusual shapes, anything that seems out of place. Old hunters called this seeing without looking. Your peripheral vision is actually better at detecting motion than your direct gaze, because peripheral vision evolved specifically to catch threats approaching from the sides. Don't turn your head yet. Don't make obvious searching movements. Just let your eyes move, slowly, taking in as much of your surroundings as possible without shifting position. Step 4. Listen beyond the silence. This seems contradictory, but it's crucial. Even in complete forest silence, there are sounds. Wind moving through high branches, your own heartbeat, distant water, your equipment settling, the creak of your pack straps. Listen for sounds that don't belong. Breathing that isn't yours. Branches cracking under weight. The scrape of claws on bark. The shuffle of something moving slowly, carefully. The sound of fur brushing against undergrowth. These noises are subtle, easily missed if you're focused on the absence of normal forest sounds. But they're there, if you know how to listen. Step 5. Assess your tools without making noise. Mentally catalogue what you have available. Bear spray. Where is it? Can you reach it without moving, obviously? Knife. Walking stick that could serve as a weapon. Loud whistle. Satellite phone, flares. Don't reach for anything yet. Just know where things are and mentally rehearse how you'd access them if needed. This preparation takes seconds, but it means you won't fumble or waste time if the situation escalates. Step 6. Make your decision. You have 3 options, and choosing correctly depends on what you believe is causing the silence. Option 1. Stay still and wait. If you believe the threat will pass, that you're not the target but you're inside the danger zone of something hunting elsewhere, staying motionless is often the safest choice. Predators lose interest in prey that doesn't move. Weather events pass. Territorial disputes resolve. Option 2. Back away slowly while maintaining awareness. If you can leave without turning your back on the likely threat direction, if you're reasonably certain you can exit the area without triggering chase behavior, move backward, slowly, maintaining eye contact with the direction you believe the threat is coming from. Don't turn around. Backing away keeps you aware and doesn't trigger the predatory chase response that running would. Option 3. Make yourself large and loud. This is only appropriate if you've identified the threat as something that responds to intimidation. Black bears, for instance, will often leave if you make yourself appear bigger. Raise your arms, shout. But this same behavior could trigger an attack from a cougar or provoke a grizzly with cubs. Knowing which option to choose requires understanding what's causing the silence. Weather-related silence. Seek low ground shelter immediately. Storms in forests kill people every year, and you have a narrow window. Predator-related silence from a bear? Back away while speaking calmly, letting it know you're human, not prey. Cougar. Stay still. Movement triggers chase behavior, and cougars are ambush hunters who lose interest if you don't run. Human-related danger. Discretion is crucial. Leave quietly. Get to safety. Report to authorities. Here's what not to do. Don't run. Running triggers chase behavior in every predator. Even if the animal wasn't initially interested in you, running makes you prey. Don't climb trees unless you're absolutely certain the threat is a ground predator. Cougars climb better than you do. Don't play dead unless you're already being attacked by a specific type of bear in a specific scenario. Don't pull out your phone, camera, or flashlight yet. The light can reveal your position or escalate aggression in animals that perceive it as a threat display. Step 7. And this happens after you're safe. Mark the location on your GPS. Record the time, the conditions, what you observed. Then report the incident to park rangers. This isn't about getting attention or proving you had an adventure. This is about protecting other hikers. Predator locations need to be tracked. Dangerous conditions need to be documented. Your information could prevent someone else's death. Multiple survivors credit their calm, methodical response to forest silence with saving their lives. They didn't run, they didn't panic. They stood still, assessed, made rational decisions while their bodies screamed at them to flee. This is psychologically one of the hardest things you'll ever do. Standing perfectly still while something unseen watches you violates every instinct. Your body wants to run, wants to fight, wants to do anything except remain motionless and vulnerable. But motion is what gets you killed. Stillness is what keeps you alive long enough to see your family again. This is why rules matter. They give your rational brain a script to follow when your emotional brain is in full panic mode. You don't have to think. You don't have to debate. You follow the protocol because people who came before you, who survived these exact situations, tested every option and found what works. Rules 1 and 2 are about recognizing danger in the moment, about responding to immediate threats with the right behavior. But Rule 3 is different. It's about avoiding danger before it starts, about reading the signs of past tragedy so you don't repeat it. Old hunters believe the forest remembers, and disturbingly, modern data suggests they were right. Let's talk about why you should never camp where others have died. In 1987, 4 experienced backpackers were hiking through the Adirondacks in upstate New York. They'd been on the trail for 3 days, covering good distance, and needed a campsite for the night. They found what looked like the perfect spot. Flat ground, protected by a semicircle of trees, close to a creek for water. There was even an existing fire ring, proof that others had camped here before and found it suitable. Local guides had warned them away from this specific area. Old stories, vague warnings about bad luck. The hikers dismissed it as superstition. The site was objectively perfect by every practical camping standard. They set up their tent, cooked dinner, settled in for the night. All 4 woke around 2 in the morning violently ill. Nausea, disorientation, difficulty breathing. They managed to radio for emergency evacuation. Stumbling out of their tent into fresh air where symptoms immediately began improving. Rangers airlifted them out at dawn. Investigation revealed something disturbing. In 1952, 3 hunters had died at this exact location. Carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty camp stove in an enclosed tent. The 1987 campers hadn't used a stove inside their tent, but they'd positioned their tent in nearly the identical spot, in the same geographic hollow. That hollow created a natural air circulation problem. Cold air pooled there at night, creating an inversion layer that trapped any gases close to the ground. The 1952 hunters died from their stove's exhaust. The 87 campers got sick from their campfire smoke settling into the depression where they slept. 2 different groups, 35 years apart, independently chose the same location because it felt right. Protected, flat, near water. And both groups suffered because the site itself was dangerous due to topography that neither group understood. Old hunters developed an instinct for recognizing these places. They called them death sites, and they avoided them absolutely, even when the locations seemed perfect. James Blackwood, a retired Yellowstone ranger who spent 30 years in backcountry patrol, kept an unofficial map of what he called repeat incident zones. Places where accidents, deaths, or disappearances happened with unusual frequency. When he compared his map to Native American oral histories of the region, stories passed down about where people vanished or died, he found nearly 80% overlap. Places where indigenous guides said their grandfathers warned them away were the same places where modern hikers had fatal accidents. Different centuries, different people, same outcomes. The mechanisms vary, but the pattern holds. Some sites have topographic features that funnel wind into dangerous patterns, creating sudden gusts strong enough to blow tents off cliff edges or snap trees without warning. Some locations sit above natural gas seeps, underground pockets of methane or carbon dioxide that leak into low-lying areas, causing hallucinations, disorientation, or asphyxiation. Some have unstable ground from ancient landslides, soil that looks solid but will collapse under weight or during rainfall. Water sources near certain campsites are contaminated by mineral deposits or decomposition from animals that died upstream. Microclimates create sudden weather shifts. Locations where temperature can drop 40 degrees in an hour, or where lightning strikes concentrate due to iron deposits in rock. Most disturbingly, some beautiful campsites are positioned directly in game trails or near predator dens. The flat, Clear ground that looks perfect for a tent is flat and clear because animals use it as a highway. Setting up camp there puts you in the path of nocturnal wildlife movement. Often large animals that don't appreciate obstacles in their established routes. Humans are pattern-seeking creatures. We're drawn to specific environmental features because they signal safety and comfort. Flat ground means easy sleeping. Water access means we don't have to carry as much. Wind protection means warmth. Sunlight patterns mean we can dry gear and stay oriented. Unfortunately, predators also seek these exact features when choosing ambush locations. They want positions near water where prey animals come to drink. They want flat observation points with sight lines. They want wind protection that doesn't carry their scent. Natural hazards like rockslides, flooding, and avalanches create fat, clear spaces by destroying everything in their path. These cleared areas look perfect for camping. Open, level ground with convenient access. But they're cleared because they're in the direct path of recurring natural events. Camp there, and you're gambling that the rockslide won't happen again during your stay. Search and rescue data from 1990 to 2020 shows over 200 incidents that occurred at sites where previous incidents had been documented within the past 50 years. Same geographic locations, different people, similar outcomes. Falls from the same cliff approaches. Drownings in the same river bends. Animal attacks near the same den sites. Weather-related deaths in the same exposed meadows. The best-looking campsite you've ever seen might look perfect, for the exact same reason it killed someone else. The features that appeal to you, that make a location seem ideal, are often the features that create danger. And because these features are geographic and permanent, they persist across decades. The hollow that trapped carbon monoxide in 1952 still traps gases today. The game trail that's been used for centuries is still being used. The cliff edge that's unstable due to erosion continues eroding. The old hunter's rule makes perfect sense once you understand the mechanism. Don't camp where others died. The conditions that killed them are likely still present. But that raises an obvious problem. How do you know? It's not like there are signs saying 3 people died here in 1967. How did old hunters recognize these places? And more importantly, how can you? Learning to read a campsite takes practice. But the signs are there if you know what to look for. Old hunters taught their children to observe, to question, to never assume a beautiful location is a safe location. Here's what they looked for. Historical markers tell stories if you pay attention. Old fire rings that show no signs of recent use in otherwise popular areas are a red flag. If you're in a well-traveled forest and you find a perfect campsite with an established fire ring, but that fire ring clearly hasn't been used in multiple seasons, ask yourself why. People avoid it for a reason. Cairns, those stacked stone markers, sometimes serve as trail guides, but sometimes they're placed as warnings. Learn to distinguish between the two. Warning cairns are often positioned at the edge of dangerous areas, placed deliberately to mark boundaries you shouldn't cross. Unusual clearings in otherwise dense forest deserve investigation. A perfectly circular or rectangular opening where trees should be growing often indicates past catastrophe. Rockslides, lightning strikes, flooding, disease. Something cleared that space, and that something might repeat. Look at trees near potential campsites. Damage at a consistent height across multiple trees indicates past flood levels. If you see scarring, missing bark, or broken branches all at exactly 8 feet up, you know water reached that height at some point. Maybe decades ago, maybe last spring. But it happened, and it can happen again. Multiple dead trees in an otherwise healthy forest signals problems. Toxic soil, underground gas seeps, disease zones. Living trees avoid areas where something in the ground is killing them. You should too. Environmental danger signs require a different kind of observation. Perfectly flat areas near steep slopes look ideal for tents. There are actually likely avalanche or landslide runoff zones. The ground is flat because debris flows have smoothed it repeatedly over years. Camp there, and you're gambling that it won't happen again during your stay. Walk on the ground. If it's unusually soft or spongy away from obvious water sources, you might be standing over a sinkhole, quicksand, or underground cavity. The surface looks solid, but it's not. Weight and time will prove that eventually. Examine rocks carefully. Strange discoloration, unusual erosion patterns, surfaces that look melted or pitted can indicate acidic water or mineral contamination in the soil. This affects water safety and sometimes air quality. Pay attention to wind patterns. If you feel wind behavior that seems wrong for the terrain, something's creating it. Topographic funnels can produce sudden violent winds in areas that look protected. These winds can appear without warning, strong enough to tear tents apart or snap trees. Use your sense of smell. Sulfur indicates volcanic gases or underground vents. A sweet, sickly smell often means decomposition, possibly from animals that died nearby. Metallic smells can signal mineral contamination in water or soil. Your nose knows danger before your eyes do. Animal behavior provides crucial information. Total absence of animal tracks despite being near water and food sources means animals are avoiding the area. They know something you don't. Trust their judgment over your own assessment of the location's appeal. Bones or carcasses, particularly concentrated in one area, indicate either a predator cache or a poisoned location. Either way, it's not somewhere you want to sleep. Watch birds. They won't nest near certain dangers. Gas seeps, unstable ground, frequent predator activity. All of these keep birds away. If you're in what should be prime bird habitat, but you don't see nests or hear calls, consider why. Old hunters developed a checklist mentality. Before setting up camp, they'd spend 10 to 15 minutes walking the entire area in a grid pattern, actively looking for warning signs. Modern hikers often pick the first flat space they see, drop their packs, and start pitching tents without any real evaluation. The most commonly repeated fatal mistake is camping in dry riverbeds or floodplains during clear weather. The site looks perfect. Flat, sandy ground, often with convenient rocks for seating, sheltered by canyon walls or riverbanks. But these areas are dry because it hasn't rained recently. When it does rain, even miles upstream, water funnels into these channels with a terrifying speed. In 2015, 7 hikers died in a Utah flash flood. They were camping in a canyon. Beautiful location, clear skies overhead. A storm 15 miles upstream sent a wall of water through the canyon at night. They never had a chance to evacuate. In 2003, 2 campers died in an avalanche. They'd pitched their tent in what they thought was a protected meadow. It was actually a slide path cleared flat by repeated avalanches over decades. The avalanche that killed them started a quarter-mile upslope and followed the exact same route previous slides had carved. In 1998, 3 people died from carbon monoxide poisoning at a campsite positioned in a topographic bowl. The bowl created an inversion layer that trapped gases from their campfire close to ground level while they slept. In each case, there were visible indicators, signs that old hunters would have recognized immediately, but modern campers either didn't see them or didn't understand their significance. Before you set up camp anywhere, ask yourself 3 questions. If weather turns bad suddenly, can I evacuate quickly? If an animal approaches during the night, do I have escape routes that don't require fumbling with tent zippers in the dark? If I get injured here, can rescuers reach me without extraordinary effort? If the answer to any of these questions is no, find a different site. The inconvenience of hiking another half-mile is negligible compared to the consequences of choosing wrong. The difference between a good campsite and a death trap is often just a careful 10-minute walk around the area, observing, questioning, noticing what doesn't fit. Old hunters did this automatically. Modern campers call it paranoia. One group died significantly less often. These visual cues work when you train yourself to see them. But old hunters had another method for evaluating campsites. A method that seems unscientific until you understand the biology behind it. They never chose a campsite until their dog approved it. And when we examine why this worked, it reveals something profound about forest safety. Which brings us to rule number 4. Before you ever step into a forest with a tent, there's research you can do. Old hunters didn't have computers, but they had oral tradition. Stories passed down about where accidents happened. We have better tools now, and there's no excuse not to use them. Start with databases like recreation accident reports. Park Service incident logs are often public record. Topographic maps show terrain features that create danger. Cross-reference everything with weather pattern data for the region. Some locations are perfectly safe in dry seasons, but turn deadly during rain. Satellite imagery reveals patterns invisible from ground level. Old slide paths show up as linear clearings through forest. Flood plains are obvious from aerial view. Game trails appear as worn lines through vegetation. You can identify these features before you ever arrive, eliminating dangerous areas from consideration entirely. Historical weather data tells you if a region experiences sudden storms, if flash flooding is common, if wind patterns create hazards. Forest Service records often note areas where they've conducted multiple rescues. They might not post warnings, but the data exists if you look for it. On-site protocol matters just as much as research. Arrive at your planned camping area 2 to 3 hours before you actually need to set up camp. This gives you daylight time to evaluate thoroughly without pressure. Don't arrive at dusk and scramble to pitch a tent before dark. That's how people end up in dangerous locations. Walk the area in expanding circles from your intended center point. Look for the warning signs. Old fire rings with no recent use. Unusual clearings. Tree damage. Soft ground. Strange smells. Animal avoidance. Take your time. This is not wasted effort. Photograph the area from multiple angles. If something goes wrong, these images become evidence for investigators and warning for future hikers. Document what you saw, what you decided, why you chose this location. If you're using local water sources, check quality before committing to a site. Even clear streams can be contaminated if upstream incidents have occurred. Decomposition, mineral deposits, industrial runoff from old mining operations. You can't always see contamination. Watch insect behavior. Excessive mosquitoes indicate standing water that might flood periodically. Complete absence of insects might signal contamination or other environmental problems. Insects are excellent indicators of ecosystem health. Old hunters never committed to a single location. They'd identify 2 or 3 acceptable sites and choose based on current conditions. Weather, wildlife activity, gut feeling. Modern campers should do the same. Have alternatives identified before it gets dark. If your first choice shows warning signs, you need options immediately available. This requires psychological flexibility that many people struggle with. It means admitting that a beautiful, convenient site might be dangerous. It means sometimes hiking an extra mile when you're already tired and just want to stop. It means trusting data and observation over your desire for comfort. The forest rewards caution and punishes convenience seeking. That's not a moral judgment. It's simple cause and effect. Dangerous sites often look appealing because the features that create danger also create comfort. Protection from wind, proximity to water, flat ground, these are all desirable. There are also features that concentrate hazards. 3 survivors of serious camping accidents all said variations of the same thing when interviewed. They saw signs that something was wrong. They noticed warning indicators, but they convinced themselves it would be fine. They were tired. The site looked good enough. Moving on seemed like too much effort. They were wrong, and they paid for that error with injuries, trauma, and in one case, the death of a friend who didn't survive the night. Contrast that with people who followed the rule, who found perfect campsites but abandoned them because something felt off. A ranger later confirmed one of those sites had been the location of a fatal bear attack 3 years prior. Another turned out to be directly in an avalanche path that triggered the following spring. These people experienced minor inconvenience. They hiked further, set up camp in less ideal locations, spent the night somewhere that wasn't quite as comfortable. But they woke up alive and uninjured. The minor inconvenience of finding a different campsite is nothing, absolutely nothing compared to the consequences of getting this decision wrong. Rule 3 isn't about avoiding ghosts or respecting supernatural forces. It's about avoiding the conditions that create tragedy. The forest doesn't remember in any mystical sense, but dangerous topography is permanent. Contaminated soil doesn't heal. Predator territories persist across decades. Flood paths don't change. Avalanche chutes remain avalanche chutes. When you camp where others died, you're not tempting fate. You're repeating their mistakes. You're choosing the same location that appealed to them for the same reasons. And the forest will respond the same way it did before. Not because it's haunted, but because the danger was never supernatural. It was always physical, material, predictable. Every year, dozens of campers spend the night at sites where previous campers died. By the time they realize why those previous campers chose that spot, by the time they understand what made the location appealing, it's too late to choose differently. So far, we've talked about trusting your observations, trusting the patterns in nature, trusting historical data. But Rule 4 requires trusting something else entirely. Trusting an animal's senses over your own human judgment. And the data on this is stunning. Let's talk about why your dog knows things about the forest that you never will. In August 2018, Sarah Mitchell was hiking Rocky Mountain National Park with her golden retriever, Cooper. She'd done this trail dozens of times. She knew every switchback, every viewpoint, every place where the path narrowed or opened up. This was familiar territory, routine exercise. Nothing remarkable about the day. At a specific bend in the trail, a spot that offered stunning views and was popular for photos, Cooper suddenly stopped. Not the gradual stop of a dog getting distracted. An immediate, total freeze. His body lowered close to the ground. His ears flattened against his head. His tail tucked tight. Every muscle in his body radiating what Sarah described as a primal fear. She tried coaxing him forward. Called his name, patted her leg, offered treats. Cooper was normally obedient, responsive to commands, eager to please. But he would not move. He wouldn't even look at the trail ahead. He began backing away, pulling Sarah with him, using his full weight to drag her backward. Sarah was frustrated. They were losing daylight. This was a popular trail, clearly safe, and Cooper was acting irrationally. But his behavior was so unusual, so intense, that she made a decision. She trusted the dog over her own judgment. They turned back. 3 hours later, a massive rock slide occurred at that exact location. The bend in the trail where Cooper had stopped. A section of cliff face above the path collapsed without warning, sending tons of rock and debris across the trail. One hiker died. 2 others were seriously injured. If Sarah and Cooper had continued, they would have been directly in the slide path. Cooper had detected something. Seismic precursor activity, sound frequencies from stressed rock, scent indicators Sarah's human senses couldn't possibly perceive. Whatever the mechanism, he knew that location was about to become lethal, and he knew it hours before it happened. This wasn't luck. This was biology. Dogs possess sensory capabilities so far beyond human perception that they essentially experience a different reality when walking through the same forest. Their olfactory system contains 300 million scent receptors. Humans have 6 million. They can detect chemical changes in the air that precede earthquakes. They can smell fear pheromones released by predators over a mile away. They hear frequencies between 40 and 60,000 hertz. Human hearing maxes out at 20,000. They sense electrical field changes that occur before storms, picking up atmospheric shifts that happen 15 to 20 minutes before visible weather changes. They detect minute vibrations in the ground that indicate unstable terrain, rock slides forming, or large animals moving underground through tunnel systems. But here's what makes Rule 4 so powerful and so difficult for humans to follow. Dogs don't rationalize away their instincts. When Cooper sensed danger, he didn't think maybe I'm wrong or this seems paranoid or everyone else is going forward, so it must be fine. He simply refused to proceed. His biological alarm system triggered, and he responded with absolute certainty. Old hunters recognized this. The dogs they brought into the forest weren't just pets or even hunting assistants. They were survival partners whose judgment about forest safety was often more reliable than human observation. These were working breeds, raised in wilderness environments. Animals that had spent their entire lives reading forests, detecting threats, navigating terrain. When these dogs exhibited fear or refused to enter an area, experienced hunters didn't question it. They didn't try to override the dog's assessment with human logic. They trusted the animal's senses over their own and adjusted their route accordingly. Search and rescue operations have documented this pattern with remarkable consistency. In cases where hikers had dogs with them and the dog exhibited distress or warning behavior that the human ignored, negative outcomes occurred 73% of the time. Injury, death, or requiring emergency rescue. Nearly 3/4 of the time, ignoring the dog's warning led to disaster. In cases where humans heeded their dog's warnings and altered their plans, turned back, changed routes, or waited before proceeding, negative outcomes dropped to less than 3%. The same types of trails, the same general conditions, but dramatically different results, based solely on whether the human trusted the dog's judgment. Old hunters didn't just trust their own dogs. They watched wild animal behavior as environmental indicators. Birds scattering suddenly without obvious cause, squirrels descending from trees and moving toward ground burrows, deer in changing direction and moving away from an area instead of toward it. All of these were signals that something had shifted in the forest ecosystem. Animals are sentinels. They detect changes before we do, respond to threats we can't sense, and communicate danger through behavior if we know how to read it. A forest full of active, vocal wildlife is a forest operating normally. A forest where animals are silent, fleeing, or exhibiting stress is a forest trying to tell you something urgent. Your dog can smell a predator a mile away. They can hear a rock slide forming underground, rock stress creating sound frequencies that register clearly in their sensory range but are completely inaudible to you. They can sense a storm 20 minutes before you see clouds. When they refuse to move forward, when they exhibit fear or distress in a location that looks perfectly safe to your eyes, they're not being stubborn or dramatic. They're trying to save your life. Cooper saved Sarah's life because she made a critical decision in that moment. Trust the dog over her own judgment. But that's harder than it sounds. Our brains resist taking orders from animals. It feels like superstition, like weakness, like abandoning rational thought for irrational fear. We want explanations. We want to understand why before we act. So let's look at the science. What exactly are dogs detecting that we can't? And how reliable is this detection compared to human senses and even modern technology? Dr. Alexandra Horowitz studies canine cognition, how dogs think and perceive the world. She makes a point that most people miss. Dogs don't just have better versions of human senses. They have entirely different perceptual experiences. When a dog and a human walk through the same forest, they're experiencing fundamentally different realities. Take smell. 300 million scent receptors sounds impressive as a number. But what does it actually mean? It means dogs smell in 4 dimensions. They smell the past, the present, and the future. When a dog encounters a trail, they're reading a temporal narrative. They smell where an animal was hours ago based on degraded scent molecules. They smell where it is now based on fresh concentration. They even predict where it's likely to go based on scent trajectory and intensity patterns. This isn't metaphor. This is measurable biology. Dogs process olfactory information in ways that give them access to time-based data we simply cannot perceive. For threat detection, this creates extraordinary capabilities. Dogs detect chemical markers of predator stress instantly. When a mountain lion shifts into hunt mode, its body releases specific pheromones. These chemicals change based on the animal's neurological state. A relaxed predator smells different from a hunting predator. Dogs know the difference immediately, from distances where humans see nothing, hear nothing, have no indication danger exists. Vibration detection operates through their paw pads and skeletal structure. Dogs feel ground tremors from rock slides forming, from avalanches beginning to slide, from large animals moving through the terrain. They detect these vibrations long before humans do, often minutes or even hours before the event becomes visible or audible to us. Their hearing range extends from 40 to 60,000 hertz. Humans max out at 20,000. This means dogs hear mountain lions moving through underbrush at distances where we hear complete silence. They hear lightning forming in clouds before the electrical discharge becomes visible. They hear water changing flow patterns. The sound of a stream suddenly increasing volume because rain is falling upstream, warning of flash flood conditions before we have any visual confirmation. Electrical field sensitivity is less understood, but well documented. Dogs sense the electrical changes that precede lightning strikes. They may even detect the electrical signatures of living creatures' nervous systems, the bioelectrical activity that every animal produces simply by being alive and having active neurons. Military and search and rescue training programs have documented what these capabilities look like in practice. Trained detection dogs can identify human remains up to 15 feet underground. They detect chemical signatures of human fear or aggression from 300 yards away. They sense approaching weather changes 30 to 45 minutes before meteorological instruments register atmospheric shifts. But here's what matters for forest safety. You don't need a specially trained dog. You don't need a working breed raised in wilderness. Even pet dogs raised in urban environments, dogs that have never seen a forest until you take them hiking, retain these biological capabilities fully intact. The difference isn't the dog's ability to detect threats. The difference is whether humans pay attention to the warnings. Warning behaviors have specific patterns. Refusal to proceed despite coaxing, treats, commands, backing away or actively pulling away from a specific direction, lowered body posture with ears flattened against the head, growling or whining at seemingly nothing, vocalizations directed at empty space or landscape features, sudden hypervigilance with focused attention locked in one direction, attempting to herd humans away from an area, positioning themselves between you and a specific location. Or most dramatically, complete refusal to enter a space even when forced or bribed. These behaviors are expensive for dogs. They risk angering their human, the pack leader, whose approval they desperately want. Dogs are hardwired to please humans, to obey, to cooperate. When they refuse, when they exhibit these stress behaviors, despite knowing it might upset you, the threat detection signal overwhelming their nervous system must be extreme. Old hunters understood this implicitly. They didn't need scientific explanations. They just knew that when the dog wouldn't proceed, you didn't proceed. The dog's judgment superseded human planning, convenience, or schedules. Modern hikers, accustomed to dogs being obedient accessories, often misinterpret survival warnings as behavioral problems. The dog is being stubborn. The dog is scared of nothing. The dog needs more training. These interpretations are catastrophically wrong. Dog trainers who work with wilderness search and rescue teams describe incidents where trained dogs refuse to enter areas during routine training exercises. The handlers initially assumed equipment failure or dog error. Subsequent investigation revealed bear dens that hadn't been marked on wildlife surveys. Unstable ground that would have collapsed under human weight. In one case, human remains from a hiker who'd gone missing 2 years prior. In every documented case, the dog was correct and the human initially skeptical. The dog detected something real, something dangerous, something the human's senses and judgment completely missed. Here's the comparison that should humble us. We've invested billions of dollars developing sensors, radar systems, weather prediction technology, danger detection equipment. We've built seismic monitoring stations that cost $50,000 and can predict earthquakes minutes in advance. Your dog can predict seismic events an hour in advance. Their biological systems outperform most of our technological inventions. And they're willing to warn you for free. All it costs is dog food and attention. Ignoring them isn't rational decision-making. It's not trusting human intelligence over animal instinct. It's hubris. It's refusing to acknowledge that we're not the most competent participants in forest ecosystems. We're actually among the least equipped to detect danger. And we're surrounded by animals trying to help us survive if we just pay attention. A $50,000 seismic monitoring station can predict earthquakes minutes in advance. Your dog can do it for an hour in advance, using biological sensors that evolution refined over millions of years. So the science is clear. Dogs detect threats we can't perceive. Their warnings are highly reliable, backed by measurable biology and documented outcomes. But knowing that intellectually and actually trusting it in the moment are completely different things. When you're on a trail, tired from hours of hiking, maybe on a schedule because you need to reach camp before dark, and your dog suddenly refuses to continue down a path that looks perfectly safe to your eyes, what do you actually do? How do you override your own judgment, your own plans, your own assessment of the situation? Let's talk about the practical protocol for following Rule 4. Before you enter any forest with a dog, establish baseline behavior. Know what your dog looks like when they're relaxed and happy on trails. How they move, how they hold their ears, their tail position, their breathing pattern, the rhythm of their gait. This baseline is critical because you need to recognize deviations immediately. Never use retractable leashes in serious wilderness. They don't give you enough control to feel subtle tension changes. They allow dogs to get too far ahead for you to observe their behavior closely. Use a 6-foot fixed leash that lets you feel every change in your dog's movement, every hesitation, every shift in tension. Train yourself to watch your dog more than the scenery. This is hard. Forests are beautiful. We want to look at views, take photos, appreciate nature. Old hunters didn't have this luxury. The dog was their most important data source. They watched the dog constantly, reading behavior changes the way we read GPS screens. Modern hikers miss warnings because they're looking at everything except the animal trying to save their life. When your dog exhibits warning behavior, stop immediately. Don't try to coax them forward. Don't assume they're being stubborn or dramatic. Just stop walking. Freeze in place exactly where you are. Observe the specific warning behavior. Dogs communicate different threats through different physical signals. A fixed stare combined with a low growl indicates a visual threat. Something they can see that you can't or haven't noticed yet. A predator. An aggressive animal. Possibly a dangerous human. Intense ground sniffing combined with refusal to proceed means they've detected a scent trail of something dangerous. Fresh predator markings, blood, fear, pheromones from prey animals that died recently. Looking up repeatedly combined with whining or distress signals overhead threat or approaching weather change. Storm fronts, unstable tree branches, rockfall danger from above. Attempting to herd you backward, positioning themselves between you and the trail ahead, indicates immediate danger. Not potential threat, not possible concern. Immediate, present danger within close range. Trust the warning even if you see nothing. This is the hardest part of the protocol. Your eyes show you an empty, peaceful trail. Clear path. Good weather. No obvious hazards. Your dog is telling you otherwise. The conflict between what you see and what your dog detects creates cognitive dissonance that most people resolve by trusting their own senses. The old hunter's rule is absolute. Believe the dog. Your perception is limited. Theirs isn't. When those perceptions conflict, the dog is more likely to be correct. Back away calmly while continuing to observe both the dog and the environment. Don't turn and run, move backward, maintaining awareness of your surroundings, keeping your dog in sight. Continue backing away until your dog's behavior returns to baseline. Relaxed posture, normal breathing, forward movement, resuming. If possible, find an alternate route. If that's not possible, wait 15 to 20 minutes and reassess. Sometimes threats move. Predators pass through an area hunting. Weather conditions shift. Unstable ground settles. After a significant wait, if your dog's behavior has normalized, you might be able to proceed safely. If your dog still refuses after waiting, abandon that direction entirely. Change your plans. Take a different trail. Camp somewhere else. Whatever you were trying to accomplish isn't worth ignoring a persistent warning. A family hiking in Vermont had a Labrador that refused to cross a wooden bridge. The dog had crossed hundreds of bridges before without issue. But at this specific bridge, the dog stopped, sat down, and would not move. The family tried everything: treats, commands, encouragement. The dog wouldn't budge. They finally carried the dog across, annoyed and embarrassed by the scene they were making. 2 days later, that bridge collapsed. Structural rot in the support beams, invisible to human eyes, but detectable through vibration or scent markers the dog perceived. A hunter in Montana had a German shepherd that refused to enter a clearing. Perfect spot for glassing, good visibility, strategically sound. The dog planted all 4 paws and would not proceed. The hunter initially assumed the dog was tired. Then he noticed the dog's fixed stare, the direction of focus. He took out binoculars and scanned the clearing slowly. A grizzly bear was bedded down in tall grass just out of casual sight range. If he'd walked into that clearing, he would have been within charge distance before seeing the threat. A hiker in Oregon had a mixed-breed rescue dog that refused to continue down a trail. The hiker tried forcing forward, pulling the leash, even getting frustrated. The dog braced and refused. The hiker finally gave up and turned back. A mile ahead, later discovered by rangers, a downed tree blocked the trail. Inside the hollow trunk was an active hornet's nest, that had already sent 3 other hikers to the hospital that week. In each case, humans initially resisted the dog's warning. Then they made the critical choice to trust the animal over their own judgment. Later, they discovered the threat was real and would have caused serious harm. Common mistakes defeat the entire purpose of hiking with dogs. Punishing the dog for refusing trains them to ignore their instincts to avoid upsetting you. Repeatedly forcing them forward just to see what happens puts you in danger and teaches the dog you won't listen to warnings. Assuming the dog is tired or hot when they're actually detecting threat. Warning behavior looks different from fatigue. Learn the difference. If you don't have a dog, watch wild animal behavior as a substitute. Birds suddenly scattering from trees without obvious cause. Squirrels descending from high branches en masse and moving toward ground burrows. Deer moving quickly in a specific direction, not grazing, but traveling with purpose. These are the forest's alarm systems. Old hunters read these signals constantly, treating them with the same respect they gave their dogs' warnings. Your dog doesn't understand maps. They don't understand GPS coordinates, schedules, or human logic about why you need to reach a specific campsite before dark. But they understand survival in ways we've forgotten, using biological sensors refined over millions of years of evolution. When they say, danger, the only rational response is where, not are you sure. Rule 4 isn't about loving dogs. It's about loving yourself enough to accept help from a better warning system than your pride. The average dog's threat detection system is more reliable than your eyes, your gut feeling, and your trail map combined. The only thing that fails more often than human judgment is human willingness to admit a dog knows better. Rules 1 through 4 have been about external threats. Dangerous paths that appear from nowhere. Predators signaled by sudden silence. Deadly campsites that repeat historical tragedies. Animal warnings that detect what our senses miss. But Rule 5 is different. It's about a threat that targets your mind before it touches your body. It's about sounds that shouldn't exist, but do. Voices that call your name from empty forest. Acoustic phenomena that have killed experienced outdoorsmen who made one simple mistake. Old hunters considered it the most dangerous rule to break. Let's talk about why you should never, ever answer when you hear your name called from the forest. In September 2016, Marcus Brennan was camping alone in Washington's Olympic National Forest. He was experienced, well-equipped, and had ignored the usual advice about solo camping because he'd done it dozens of times without incident. Second night, around 2 in the morning, he heard his wife's voice calling from outside his tent. Clear, distinct, unmistakable. Marcus! Marcus! I need help. The voice sounded distressed, urgent, like she was hurt or lost. Marcus's wife was home. Over 300 miles away, he knew this intellectually. He'd spoken to her on satellite phones 6 hours earlier. But the voice was so convincing, so perfectly her tone and inflection, that he found his hand on the tent zipper before his rational mind caught up. He stopped, forced himself to think, and remembered something his grandfather had told him decades ago, something that had seemed like superstition at the time. If you hear your name in the woods and you're alone, never answer, never go to it. No matter how real it sounds, no matter how familiar the voice, you stay where you are. Marcus kept his hand on the zipper but didn't open it. His heart was pounding hard enough to hear. The voice called again. Marcus, please, I need help. Even more desperate now. Even more convincing. Then a third time, the desperation escalating into what sounded like panic. Then silence. Marcus didn't sleep the rest of the night. He sat in his tent, knife in hand, listening. At first light, he carefully emerged and examined the area around his campsite. Tracks circled his tent. Fresh tracks from during the night. Cougar tracks. Large ones. The animal had walked completely around his tent multiple times while the voice was calling. What Marcus experienced isn't supernatural. It's a well-documented phenomenon that exists at the intersection of predator behavior, human psychology, and the acoustic properties of forests. Dr. James Park studies bioacoustics, how living things produce and perceive sound. He explains that several species can mimic human speech patterns to a startling degree. Corvids, particularly ravens and crows, are famous for this. Certain big cats have demonstrated the ability. Some primates. The mimicry isn't perfect, but combined with the acoustic properties of forests, it becomes eerily convincing. Forests distort sound in specific ways. Vegetation filters audio frequencies, removing some and amplifying others. Echo effects bounce sound off trees and rocks, creating phantom directionality. Distance becomes impossible to judge. A sound that seems 50 feet away might be 200 feet away. A voice that seems to come from your left might actually originate behind you. When you combine animal mimicry with these acoustic distortions, with the human brain's powerful tendency to hear what it expects to hear, you get phenomena that sound impossible but are entirely explainable through biology and physics. But here's the disturbing part. There's evidence that some predators have learned this mimicry is effective at attracting prey. Whether through trial and error or observed success, certain animals in certain regions seem to deploy vocal mimicry as a hunting strategy. The behavior appears too consistent, too targeted to be coincidental. This isn't new knowledge. Indigenous hunting cultures across 6 continents have warnings about voice mimics in forests. The specific terminology changes, the mythological framework differs, but the core warning remains constant. Don't trust voices you hear when you're alone. Don't follow them. Don't answer them. Japanese folklore describes the Yamabiko, mountain echo spirits that call hikers names to lead them off paths. Native American traditions across multiple tribes warn of forest callers that use familiar voices to lure people into danger. Scandinavian hunters speak of the Huldra, entities that call with stolen voices. Australian Aboriginal traditions describe spirits that mimic voices to confuse travelers. These aren't unrelated superstitions developed independently. They're describing the same phenomenon using different cultural frameworks. The underlying experience, hearing familiar voices in empty forest, is universal enough that every culture that spent significant time in wilderness developed warnings about it. Search and rescue teams have documented this pattern in modern contexts. In interviews with lost hikers who were eventually found, 23% reported hearing their name called and following the sound before becoming disoriented and lost. They heard what sounded like other hikers, rangers, or rescue teams. They followed the voice, trying to reach help or locate someone who needed assistance. The voice led them further off trail, deeper into unmapped terrain, away from their last known position. In cases where hikers heard their name called but did not respond or investigate, the rate of becoming lost or injured dropped significantly. Ignoring the voice, as counterintuitive as it felt, kept them safer than following it. Here's a more disturbing possibility that complicates the rule. Sometimes the voice isn't mimicry at all. Sometimes it's another lost human, genuinely calling for help. But responding to them can still be dangerous if it leads you away from safety, if it causes you to abandon your position, if you injure yourself trying to navigate difficult terrain to locate them. Old hunters understood that in forests, the instinct to respond to calls for help can be weaponized by predators, or can lure you into making fatal navigation errors. The rule isn't about being callous or refusing to help others. It's about recognizing that moving toward voices in wilderness, especially at night, especially when alone, almost never improves your situation and frequently makes it catastrophically worse. Multiple cases exist where hikers recorded audio in forests for wildlife documentation, personal journals, or just ambient sound. Later review of these recordings reveals sounds that resembled human speech, calls that sound like names, voices that seem to be saying words. The hikers didn't consciously register these sounds in the moment. Their brains filtered them as wind, distant conversation, animal calls, background noise. But the recordings show something more ambiguous, something that sits in the uncanny valley between human speech and natural sound, something that your brain, if it were paying full attention, might interpret as someone calling your name. What calls your name in the forest using a voice you recognize? And more importantly, what happens if you answer? So the phenomenon exists. That's documented through historical accounts, search and rescue interviews, and biological research on animal mimicry. But what exactly causes it? Is it really predators mimicking human speech with intent? Or is there something else happening? And how do you distinguish between genuine calls for help and dangerous mimicry? Let's break down the science and the survival protocol. Forests are acoustic nightmare environments for human perception. Sound behaves differently here than in any space we've evolved to understand. Dr. Sarah Whitmore studies acoustic ecology, how sound moves through natural environments and how living things perceive it. She explains that what we think we hear in forests, our confident interpretation of direction, distance, and source, is often completely wrong. Sound doesn't travel in straight lines through vegetation. It curves around obstacles, bends through air temperature layers, bounces off topographic features. A sound that seems to come from your left might originate behind you. A voice that sounds 50 feet away could be 300 feet distant. Or it could be 20 feet away but filtered through dense undergrowth that makes it seem farther. Terrain funnels sound in unexpected ways. A canyon wall can reflect a crow's call back and forth until it arrives at your position sounding like it came from 6 different locations simultaneously. Temperature inversions create acoustic layers where sound travels horizontally instead of dispersing, carrying noises for miles without losing clarity. Vegetation filters sound by absorbing certain frequencies and letting others pass. The human voice sits in a specific frequency range. Whine through pine needles, certain bird calls, even the sound of water moving over rocks, these can all exist in similar frequency ranges. When forest acoustics filter away other frequencies, what remains can sound startlingly like human speech. There are actual audio examples of this. Recordings of animal sounds processed through forest acoustic modeling that, when they reach your ear after bouncing through realistic forest conditions, sound like words, like names, like someone calling for help. Not vaguely similar, convincingly similar. But there's more than accidental acoustic effects happening. Some animals use mimicry, yes, deliberate hunting strategy. Certain birds learn to imitate the distress calls of other species. They make the sound of an injured animal, which attracts curious creatures looking for easy prey or scavenging opportunities. When those creatures approach, the bird either preys on them directly or scavenges from larger predators the distress call attracts. Some predators imitate prey sounds to lure additional prey. A fox that learns rabbits come when they hear rabbit distress calls and the fox makes the sound. Rabbits approach. The fox has multiple hunting opportunities instead of just one. There's documented evidence of animals learning that certain sounds attract human attention. Ravens near campgrounds have learned to make specific noises that trigger human investigation. Humans come out to see what's happening, often bringing food, sometimes dropping food, creating opportunities the raven has learned to manufacture. Here's the controversial question. Have some predators learned that human voices attract humans? The evidence is largely anecdotal, but there are patterns. Multiple documented cases of hunters tracking what they thought were human calls for help, following the voice for significant distances, only to find fresh predator kills. No human, no other hunters. Just evidence of recent predatory activity in exactly the area where the voice seemed to originate. The psychological component complicates this further. Pareidolia, the tendency to see faces in clouds or familiar shapes in random patterns, has an auditory equivalent. Our brains are extraordinarily good at finding patterns in noise, so good that we detect patterns that don't exist. We hear human speech in white noise, in wind, in running water, in the complex layered sounds of forest ecosystems. When you're alone, when you're anxious, when you're sleep deprived or in high stress conditions, your brain's threshold for detecting speech drops dramatically. You become hypersensitive to any sound that might be human language. You're not hallucinating. You're over-interpreting ambiguous sounds as speech because your survival brain wants to detect nearby humans. Humans represent potential help if you're lost or injured. They also represent potential threat if they're dangerous. Either way, detecting human presence quickly has survival value, so your brain prioritizes that interpretation even when the data is ambiguous. Research from cognitive psychology shows that in sensory deprivation or high-stress situations, people's ability to accurately identify sounds drops by up to 60%. What you're absolutely certain is your friend calling your name might be wind moving through a specific arrangement of branches. But your brain, desperate for human contact, for help, for social connection in isolation, interprets the ambiguous acoustic data as speech. Here's why Rule 5 works regardless of what's actually creating the sound. Whether it's acoustic illusion, animal mimicry, or genuine calls for help from another lost person, responding by following the sound is dangerous. If it's illusion or mimicry, you're moving toward nothing or actively toward danger. You're leaving a known position to investigate something that doesn't exist or exists as a threat. If it's a real person calling for help, but you're already lost, disoriented, or in poor conditions, Attempting to find them means two people need rescue instead of one. You've compromised your own safety without actually improving theirs. The old hunter's logic is precise here. The rule isn't never help people. It's never follow voices in forests when you're alone or vulnerable. If you're in a group, if you're secure with clear navigation tools and daylight, you can investigate voices safely. You have backup, you have ways to maintain position, you can afford to take risks. If you're alone, at night, without clear position knowledge, the rule becomes absolute. Don't answer, don't follow. The risk-benefit calculation shifts completely. The potential benefit of finding someone who needs help is overwhelmed by the probability that following the voice leads you into danger. Documented cases show this pattern repeatedly. Hunters who heard their names called stayed still despite overwhelming instinct to respond, and realized the source was moving. No human calling for help stays mobile. If someone genuinely needs help and thinks you're nearby, they stop. They stay put. They maintain position. A voice that moves, that seems to circle your position or lead you in changing directions, is not a human seeking rescue. Hikers who heard familiar voices, voices that sounded exactly like family members or friends, but recognized through conscious effort that they were hearing their own fears reflected back as acoustic phenomena. Campers who heard their names and investigated, found nothing. Then realized they'd left safe positions and couldn't easily navigate back in darkness. One hunter described hearing his daughter's voice calling for him. His daughter was 800 miles away at college. He knew this. But the voice was so perfect, so exactly her tone and inflection, that he found himself walking toward it before he consciously decided to move. He stopped, forced himself to think, and realized the voice was moving. It would call from one direction, then 30 seconds later from a completely different direction. No human moves that silently, that quickly through dense forest. He stayed where he was. The voice called 3 more times from 3 different locations, then stopped. In the morning, he found cougar tracks around his campsite. Fresh tracks from the night before. Your brain wants you to respond to your name. That's hardwiring from millions of years of social evolution. Responding to your name, to calls from your group, to requests for help. These are survival behaviors in most contexts. But in forests, especially when you're alone, that hardwiring can be exploited by acoustics, by predators, or by your own fear, creating interpretations of ambiguous sound. Rule 5 gives you permission to ignore your instincts when they're unreliable. The voice calling your name sounds exactly like someone you love, because that's what your brain needs to hear to make you move. Whether it's a crow's echo traveling through complex terrain, a cougar's learned mimicry, or your own fear manifesting as interpreted sound, responding is what gets you killed. So the rule is clear. Don't answer. Don't follow voices when you're alone. But what do you actually do? You hear your name called. Every instinct in your body says, respond, investigate, help. But you know you shouldn't. What's the protocol? How do you override that powerful, hardwired instinct to investigate? The moment you hear what sounds like your name, stop moving immediately. Do not respond verbally. Do not shout back. Do not move toward the sound. Just freeze exactly where you are and assess the situation. Ask yourself specific questions. Am I alone? If the answer is yes, then anything that sounds like someone you know is automatically suspicious. People you know are not here. Voices that sound like them require explanation, and the most likely explanations involve acoustic phenomena, animal mimicry, or psychological interpretation of ambiguous sound. Do I have clear line of sight to where the sound came from? If you can't see the source, if there's dense vegetation or terrain obstacles between you and the apparent origin point, don't investigate. Your ability to judge distance and direction through sound in forests is severely compromised. What seems close might be far. What seems in front might be behind. Is the sound consistent with known acoustic phenomena? Could it be an echo? Wind moving through a specific arrangement of branches? Animal calls that your brain is interpreting as a speech because you're primed to hear human voices. Before doing anything else, confirm your current location. Check GPS. Mark your position. Ensure you can return to this exact spot. Most people who get lost following voices do so because they leave safe positions without marking them. They walk 20 or 30 feet to investigate, then can't find their way back to where they started. Because forest terrain all looks similar, and they weren't paying attention to landmarks. If you must investigate, and this should only happen under very specific conditions, use strict protocol. Only investigate if you're in a group, never alone. You have communication devices that work. It's daylight with good visibility. You can see the area you're moving toward. And someone in your group stays at the marked position maintaining visual or radio contact with you. Even meeting all these conditions, approach cautiously. Make your own noise as you move. Call out clearly. I'm coming to help. Stay where you are and keep talking. This serves two purposes. If it's a real person who needs help, you're establishing communication and preventing them from moving, which makes finding them easier. If it's mimicry or acoustic phenomena, it won't sustain conversation. Real people respond consistently and provide detail. They answer questions. They give information about their condition, their location, what happened. If you're alone, the protocol is absolute. Never investigate. This is the core of Rule 5, the part that has no exceptions. If you're solo hiking or camping and you hear your name, hear what sounds like calls for help. Hear familiar voices, your response is simple. Stay exactly where you are. Do not answer. Do not shout back. Do not move toward the sound. Instead, make yourself secure. If you're near your tent, get inside it. If you're on the trail, find a defensive position where you have good visibility of your surroundings. If you have communication devices, use them to check in with emergency contacts. This accomplishes two things. It confirms those people aren't actually calling you from the forest. And it establishes your current status with someone outside the area. Then wait. If it's a genuine emergency, if someone really needs help, they'll eventually find you. Find other hikers, or emergency services will be notified through other channels. Your obligation is to keep yourself safe, not to potentially become a second victim by rushing into uncertain situations. If it's safe to do so, record audio of what you're hearing. Modern phones make this easy. This serves multiple purposes. It gives you objective data to review later when you're out of the stress situation. Often, listening to recordings reveals the sounds were not as human as they seemed in the moment. Acoustic ambiguity that your frightened brain interpreted as speech becomes obviously just wind or animal calls when you listen without the emotional context. Recordings provide evidence for search and rescue if you need to report the incident. They help researchers who document these phenomena. And the act of recording forces you to stay calm, to observe rather than react, which reduces panic and improves decision-making. A solo camper in Oregon heard her sister's voice calling for help from outside her tent at 3 in the morning. Her sister lived in Texas. The camper stayed in her tent, didn't respond, didn't investigate. In the morning, she found fresh cougar tracks circling her campsite. The voice had been trying to lure her outside, into the open, vulnerable. A hunter in Montana heard what sounded like a child creation crying. The sound was heartbreaking, desperate. Every instinct told him to find the child and help. But he was alone. He knew there were no children anywhere in this remote area. And he remembered the rule. He stayed put. Rangers later informed him that a female cougar in that territory had been documented making sounds that resembled human children. The sound attracted curious humans and their pets, creating hunting opportunities. A hiker in Utah heard his friend calling his name. He was certain it was his friend's voice. He pulled out his phone and called his friend, expecting to coordinate meeting up. His friend was at home 200 miles away. The hiker realized the sound was a raven's call, distorted by canyon acoustics, creating an audio illusion his brain interpreted as familiar speech. Not responding to calls for help violates deep social programming. We're taught from childhood to help people in distress. Ignoring someone calling your name, someone who sounds hurt or scared, creates powerful psychological resistance. You feel selfish. You feel cowardly. You imagine scenarios where someone genuinely needed help and you refuse to provide it. Old hunters understood this conflict. They knew the instinct to help was strong and valuable in most contexts. But they also knew forests required different rules. Your first obligation is your own survival. Becoming a second victim helps no one. If you're safe, secure, and prepared, with backup and communication, then you can investigate voices. If you're vulnerable, isolated, or uncertain, the only safe response is to stay put and not engage. Dead heroes don't save and save anyone. That's not cynicism, it's practical reality. Search and rescue teams would rather find one person in distress than two. If you compromise your safety trying to help someone who might not even exist, you've transformed a possible emergency into a certain one. Rule 5 doesn't make you selfish. It makes you smart. Every year, people disappear in forests because they followed a voice that sounded like someone they loved. The ones who survive are the ones who love themselves enough to not answer. Rules 1 through 5 have focused on immediate survival, recognizing danger in the moment and responding correctly. Phantom paths, predatory silence, dangerous campsites, animal warnings, deceptive voices. But Rule 6 is about something subtler and more strategic. It's about how you mark your path through forests, how you leave signals for yourself and for rescuers. Old hunters had a specific rule about this, and when search and rescue teams started analyzing it, they discovered it was rooted in deep ecological understanding. Let's talk about why you should mark your trail with living things, not dead ones. In 2014, Catherine Young spent 6 months hiking remote sections of the Appalachian Trail, documenting plant species for her botanical research. She was meticulous about trail marking. Every 100 yards, she tied bright orange flagging tape to trees, creating a clear visual trail back to her base camp. Standard modern practice, recommended in every hiking guide. But on 3 separate occasions, She returned to areas she'd marked within the previous week and found her flagging tape completely gone. Not weathered, not faded, missing. Removed. Park rangers eventually explained what was happening. Black bears, particularly curious juveniles, had learned that bright flagging tape often marks areas where humans leave food, gear, or accessible trash. They'd begun specifically seeking out and destroying trail markers, treating them like treasure maps to human goods. Catherine's meticulous marking system was being systematically dismantled by the very wildlife she was studying. Her careful navigation aid had become a beacon for animals, and those animals were removing the markers, leaving her disoriented in terrain she thought she'd mapped perfectly. This experience led her to research how old hunters marked dung trails. What she discovered was a completely different system, one that had nothing to do with adding artificial materials to the forest. Old hunters marked trails using living indicators. Instead of tying dead materials to trees, instead of painting blazes or stacking rocks, they worked with the forest itself. They bent young saplings in specific directions without breaking them. The tree continues growing, its trunk permanently curved, marking the path naturally for decades. To someone who doesn't know the system, it looks like a tree that grew oddly. To someone who knows, it's a clear directional marker that will outlast any piece of flagging tape by 50 years. They tied knots in tall grass at specific intervals. The grass remains visible for months, provides directional information, and eventually disappears naturally without leaving debris. They carved subtle symbols into living tree bark. The tree heals over time, but the carving remains readable for years, sometimes decades. These symbols were often personal or family-specific codes, invisible to outsiders, but clear to those who knew the language. They used seasonal plant growth patterns as natural markers. Certain wildflowers that bloom early in specific locations. Moss growth on north-facing sides. Distinctive lichen patterns. These required memorization and observation, but provided reliable navigation without any human addition to the environment. Most importantly, they memorized the position of distinctive living trees, unusual rock formations, natural landmarks. They learned to read the forest itself rather than imposing artificial structure on it. This system is superior to modern methods in multiple ways. Living markers don't attract animal attention. A bent sapling looks natural, like a tree that grew in difficult conditions. Animals don't investigate it, don't disturb it, don't treat it as evidence of human presence. They're permanent. A carved symbol in living bark remains for decades. The tree grows around it, preserving it. Flagging tape degrades in months. Paint fades. Stacked rocks get scattered by animals or weather. They are invisible to anyone who doesn't know the system. This provided security in hunting territories, preventing other hunters from following your paths to productive locations. In modern contexts, it means your trail markers don't advertise your presence to everyone passing through. They work with the forest ecosystem rather than against it. You're not adding foreign materials that animals will investigate, that weather will degrade, that leave persistent trash when they fail. Research from forestry management supports this. Studies comparing different trail marking systems over 5-year periods found natural living markers had 94% persistence. Artificial markers like tape, paint, or stacked rocks had only 31% persistence. Animals disturbed or destroyed most artificial markers within 18 months. Bears investigating bright colors, deer rubbing against painted trees, ravens stealing shiny flagging tape. Weather degraded others, UV exposure fading paint, wind tearing tape, rain destabilizing rock cairns, but living markers, particularly bent saplings and tree carvings, remained reliable across years. The forest incorporated them, made them part of its structure. Old hunters thought of forests as living systems that should be marked using living systems. They saw artificial markers as disruptive, attention-drawing, ultimately unreliable. They were putting human constructs into a space governed by different rules, and those constructs would be rejected or destroyed by the environment. Modern hikers, trained to trust technology and human-made objects, assume artificial markers are more reliable. We believe our bright tape and spray paint are superior to subtle natural modifications because they're visible, obvious, unmistakable. The data shows we're wrong. Our obvious markers disappear faster. They attract unwanted attention from wildlife. They fail when we need them most. The trail marker you tie to a tree today will be gone in 6 months. Eaten by animals, destroyed by weather, or simply disappearing through mechanisms you won't observe. The sapling you bend today will guide your great-grandchildren through the same forest 100 years from now. So living markers last longer and work better. That's measurable advantage. But there's another reason old hunters used them. A reason that's harder to quantify, but potentially more important. Using living markers requires you to actually see the forest, to observe it closely, to notice which trees are distinctive, which rocks are unusual, which landscape features are memorable. And that observation itself becomes your most valuable navigation tool. Learning to create living trail markers is a skill that takes practice, but the techniques are straightforward. Start with sapling bending. Identify flexible young trees, typically 3 to 8 years old, somewhere between finger and wrist thickness. These have enough structure to hold a bend, but enough flexibility to bend without breaking. Gently bend the top portion in the direction you're traveling. Don't force it. If the stem starts to crack or make snapping sounds, you've gone too far. The goal is to redirect the tree's growth, not damage it. Secure the bent portion by weaving it through branches of a neighboring tree or tucking it under an exposed root. The sapling continues growing in this bent position, creating a permanent directional marker. The critical technique is bending at an unusual angle, something wind or snow wouldn't create naturally. 90-degree bends, specific curves that point clearly in one direction. This lets you distinguish your markers from natural bends caused by weather or terrain. Grass tying works in areas with tall grasses. Take a handful at waist height and tie it in an overhand knot. The grass continues growing through the knot, keeping it visible for months. Use specific knot patterns to encode different information. Single knot means root continues straight. Double knot indicates a turn ahead. Figure 8 warns of danger or difficult terrain. Tree carving requires a sharp knife and restraint. Carve subtle directional symbols into living bark about chest height. Arrows, notches, or personal glyphs that mean something to you. Don't carve deeply. Just remove enough outer bark to expose lighter wood underneath. The tree heals around the carving, but the mark remains readable for decades. Old hunters had personal symbols they used consistently across all their territories. a specific arrow style, a unique notch pattern, symbols that identified who made the trail. This created a recognizable signature while remaining invisible to those who didn't know what to look for. Rock arrangements can work if done carefully. Stacked cairns are obvious and often destroyed. But you can create subtle patterns using local rocks that look natural to casual observers. 3 rocks in a triangle with the apex pointing your direction of travel. A line of stones with the largest at the end indicating which way to proceed. The key is making them look accidental, like random geological arrangements rather than human construction. Natural landmark memory is the most important skill and the one modern hikers neglect most. Old hunters would stop every 100 to 200 yards and deliberately look backward, memorizing what the trail looks like from the return direction. This is critical. A trail looks completely different when you're traveling the opposite direction. Trees that were on your left are now on your right. Slopes you climbed, you now descend. Landmarks that were visible from one angle disappear from another. Stop. Turn around. Look at where you came from. Identify distinctive trees. The oak with the split trunk. The pine with unusual bark patterns. The birch that grows at an odd angle. Notice rock formations. The boulder shaped like a turtle. The cluster of stones that forms a rough circle. The cliff face with specific mineral striping. Track water sources, slope changes, light patterns. How sunlight filters through the canopy at this location. Which direction water flows. Whether the ground is rising or falling. You're building a mental map with multiple redundant markers. Not just one landmark, but 3 or 4 at every significant point. This way, if one tree falls, if one rock gets covered by leaves, you still have other reference points. The real purpose of creating physical markers was to force yourself to stop, observe, and remember. The markers themselves were backup systems. The primary navigation system was intimate knowledge of the landscape developed through careful, repeated observation. Elderly hunters describe being able to navigate forests they haven't visited in 50 years because they built detailed mental maps using this system. They remember specific trees, particular rocks, the way certain hills slope. Decades pass, but these features remain constant enough that the mental map still functions. Never rely on any single marking system. Old hunters used redundancy as core philosophy. Physical markers, plus mental maps, plus natural navigation using sun position, star orientation, water flow direction, slope analysis, constant reassessment. Multiple independent systems providing the same information, ensuring that failure of one system doesn't leave you lost. Modern hikers often rely entirely on GPS. This creates catastrophic vulnerability when technology fails, and technology fails regularly in wilderness. Batteries die, devices get damaged, satellite signals become unavailable in canyons or heavy forest cover. Search and rescue data shows this clearly. In operations where hikers' GPS devices failed, those with backup navigation skills, people who could read natural markers and recognize landmarks, had 86% self-rescue rates. They found their own way out without assistance. Those without backup skills had 12% self-rescue rates. When their technology failed, they were immediately lost and helpless, entirely dependent on rescue operations. Here's a practical exercise you can start immediately. Next time you're on any trail, even a familiar local trail, stop every 5 minutes and deliberately look backward. Force yourself to memorize what the return route looks like. Identify 3 distinctive landmarks at each stop. This simple practice dramatically improves your ability to navigate without technology. It trains your brain to observe and retain spatial information. It builds the muscle memory of constant awareness that old hunters developed naturally through necessity. GPS batteries die, trail markers disappear. Weather destroys flagging tape. Animals remove bright ribbons. But the oak tree with the split trunk, the boulder shaped like a turtle, and the hill where you can see 3 ridges converging, those don't change. Memory is navigation technology that never needs charging. Creating living trail markers works. The techniques are proven. But there's a deeper reason old hunters preferred them. A reason that connects to Rule 7, which we'll explore next. They believe that dead things in forests attract death. That sounds like pure superstition, like folklore with no practical basis. But when you examine the ecology and psychology behind that belief, when you look at what actually happens when people use dead materials as markers or tools in forests, it's not superstition at all. It's sophisticated understanding of forest systems that we've forgotten. Let's talk about why you should never use dead branches, bones, or rocks from the ground as trail markers. Dr. Marcus Chen specializes in forest ecology, specifically decomposition ecology and nutrient cycling. He explains that dead material in forests serves critical functions that most people never consider. Fallen branches, decaying wood, bones, these aren't just debris. They're food sources, shelter, and nutrient recycling systems for insects, fungi, small mammals, bacteria, the entire decomposer community that keeps forests functioning. When you disturb dead materials, when you move branches to stack as markers, reposition bones you find, drag fallen wood to build cairns or shelters, you're disrupting these ecological functions. But more importantly, for trail marking and survival purposes, you're alerting every animal in the area to human presence. The mechanism is specific and measurable. Dead wood hosts insect colonies, specific species that feed on decaying cellulose. When you break or move that wood, you release chemical signals. Insect alarm pheromones, fungal spore bursts, scent compounds from disturbed decomposition. These signals propagate through the forest ecosystem, spreading outward from the disturbance point. Animals notice. They're attuned to these chemical signatures because disturbances often mean opportunity. An injured animal struggling, a confused prey species vulnerable to predation, resources exposed that were previously inaccessible. Bones, deadwood, even rocks from the ground carry scent histories. Urine markers from territorial animals, scent trails from previous visitors, chemical signatures that animals read like signposts, information about who passed through, when, what they were doing. When you move these materials, you're erasing and scrambling the forest's communication system. You're creating confusion in an environment where animals rely on consistent information to navigate, hunt, avoid danger, establish territory. Predators notice these disruptions and investigate. Research shows that areas with high human disturbance of ground materials, places where people move rocks, build cairns from deadwood, create structures from fallen branches, have statistically higher predator visitation rates. You're essentially advertising your presence using the forest's own communication channels. You're sending signals that translate to something disturbed this area. Something is behaving unusually here. Investigate for potential opportunity. The old hunter's rule against marking trails with dead materials wasn't about superstition or spiritual concerns. It was about stealth and ecological respect. Using living markers like bent saplings or grass knots creates minimal disturbance and releases no alarm signals. The forest accepts these modifications as part of normal growth variation. Using dead materials is like ringing a dinner bell. You're announcing yourself, creating scent trails, leaving chemical evidence of your presence in ways that persist long after you've moved on. There's also a psychological component that matters for survival. When you use dead materials as markers, you train yourself to look down, at the forest floor, at ground level. Your attention focuses on finding appropriate rocks, suitable branches, bone fragments, materials at your feet. When you use living markers, you train yourself to look up, around, observing the three-dimensional forest structure. You notice distinctive trees, unusual growth patterns, landscape features. This observational habit is itself a survival skill. Threats don't only come from the ground. Weather signals appear in canopy movement. Predators approach from elevated positions. Navigation landmarks exist at eye level and above. Rangers describe common mistakes repeatedly. Hikers who build elaborate cairns from deadwood, creating structures they think are helpful markers, but are actually attracting bears, investigating disturbance signals. Campers who drag dead branches to create windbreaks, inadvertently creating scent trails that predators follow directly to sleeping humans. Backpackers who disturb bone piles or animal remains to create markers, contaminating themselves with predator attractants, scents that signal food or vulnerable prey. One ranger in Yellowstone described finding a campsite where hikers had built an entire shelter framework from deadwood and bones they'd collected from the surrounding area. They thought they were being resourceful, demonstrating wilderness skills. That night, the campsite was visited by 3 different predators: a grizzly bear, a pack of wolves, and a cougar, all investigating the massive disturbance signal the hikers had created. The campers survived only because they heard the first visitor and climbed trees, spending the night elevated while animals circled below, drawn by the chemical chaos the humans had inadvertently broadcast. Forests operate on the principle of minimal trace. Animals move through forests, leaving as little evidence as possible. This serves dual purposes: predator avoidance, not advertising your location to threats, and energy conservation, not wasting effort on unnecessary activity. Old hunters learned to move the same way. Minimal disturbance, maximum observation. They passed through forests like ghosts, leaving signs only for those who knew exactly what to look for and where. Modern hikers, accustomed to leaving obvious trails and markers, to building structures and moving materials, are operating against forest logic. They're loud in ways they don't understand, disruptive in channels they can't perceive. Rule 6 teaches this. Mark your path using the forest's own systems. Living growth that continues functioning naturally. Don't mark it by disrupting dead materials, by scrambling the chemical and ecological signals that animals depend on. When you follow this rule, you become harder to track, less threatening to animals, more capable of reading the forest's actual structure instead of imposing your own artificial organization on it. Every branch you break, every rock you stack, every bone you move sends a signal through the forest. Something disturbed this. Investigate. The question is, what responds to that signal? When you mark your trail with life, the forest accepts you as part of its normal processes. When you mark it with death, with disturbance of dead materials, the forest notices. And what notices you in forests isn't what you want watching you. We've covered 6 rules now, all of them practical. All of them based on observation and survival data. Phantom paths, predatory silence, dangerous campsites, animal warnings, deceptive voices, living markers. Each rule addresses specific threats with specific protocols. But Rule 7 enters more difficult territory. It's about trauma, violence, and whether forests remember what happens in them. Old hunters believed they did. They avoided certain locations not because of visible danger, but because of history, because of what had occurred there previously. And modern psychology, ecology, and search and rescue data suggest they weren't entirely wrong. There are places in forests where violence occurred, where people died badly, and those places seem to concentrate subsequent negative incidents at rates that can't be explained by coincidence. Let's talk about why the forest remembers violence. In spring 2012, 4 college students drove to Montana's Bitterroot National Forest for a wilderness camping trip. They were experienced outdoors people, had been planning the trip for months, researched locations carefully. They chose a campsite that seemed perfect, established fire ring indicating previous use, flat ground, close to a stream for water, good tree coverage for shelter. First night went fine, standard camping experience. But on their second night, all 4 students independently reported intense nightmares. Vivid, disturbing dreams about violence and death. They woke multiple times with panic attacks, hearts racing, feeling like they couldn't breathe. More disturbing, all 4 described feeling watched. Not the normal awareness of being in wilderness surrounded by wildlife, something else. An oppressive sense of hostile observation so overwhelming that at 4 a.m, by group consensus, they packed up camp and hiked out in complete darkness. Hiking out at night is dangerous. It's specifically against wilderness safety protocols. Experienced campers know you wait for daylight. But these students felt such urgent need to leave that they risked night navigation to get away from that location. Later, when they mentioned the campsite to rangers, they learned its history. In 1983, a father had murdered his 2 children at that exact location before taking his own life. The students had no knowledge of this, no reason to connect their experience with historical events. They'd chosen the site from a map based purely on practical camping criteria, but they'd all felt it. Something wrong about that place. Something that translated into nightmares, panic, overwhelming dread. This represents the most controversial and philosophically complex of the old hunters' rules. The belief that forests remember violence, that sites where traumatic events occurred remain dangerous, remain marked, long after the physical evidence disappears. Dr. Sarah Williamson studies environmental psychology, specifically what researchers call thin places. Locations where traumatic events seem to leave persistent environmental signatures. The research is controversial because it touches on questions that scientific method struggles to address. But there are documented patterns that demand explanation. Areas where violence occurred show measurable differences from surrounding terrain. Background radiation levels vary slightly. Electromagnetic field patterns show anomalies. Soil chemistry reflects decomposition products that persist for decades. The structure of fungal networks in the soil differs from nearby areas. Animal behavior at these sites is unusual. Wildlife avoidance, despite the location having resources animals typically seek. Unusual insect populations. Increased predator activity, as if predators have learned these locations offer opportunities. Multiple theories attempt to explain how sites might retain these characteristics. Chemical residue theory proposes that human death releases specific compounds. Cadaverine, putrescine, other breakdown products of biological tissue. These chemicals persist in soil for years, sometimes decades. Humans can detect them subconsciously through olfaction, triggering fear responses without conscious awareness of why we're afraid. Electromagnetic disruption theory suggests that decomposition of biological material creates measurable changes in soil conductivity and local electromagnetic fields. Some research indicates humans can sense these field variations at a subconscious level, experiencing them as unease or dread without understanding the source. Ecological cascade theory notes that death sites become temporarily nutrient-rich. This attracts different insect species, which attracts different plant species, which attracts different animal species. The ecological profile of the area shifts in ways that are subtly wrong to human perception, creating discomfort we feel but can't articulate. Predator attraction theory is well documented in wildlife behavior. Animals return to successful hunting grounds. Sites where death occurred once become sites where predators check regularly, expecting future opportunities. This creates measurable increases in predator presence that humans detect instinctively. Analysis of 500 documented murder, suicide, and fatal accident sites in national forests over a 50-year period revealed a disturbing pattern. These locations had 4.3 times higher rates of subsequent accidents, injuries, or emergency evacuations compared to similar locations without violence history. This pattern holds even when new visitors had no knowledge of the site's history. People who didn't know anything bad had happened there still experienced higher rates of negative outcomes, or old hunters noticed this pattern empirically. They didn't have theories about electromagnetic fields or fungal networks, but they observed that bad places stayed bad. Locations where someone died violently seemed to attract more violence, more accidents, more problems. They created Rule 7 as protective measure. Avoid camping or spending extended time at sites where you feel inexplicable dread, where animal behavior seems wrong in ways you can't pinpoint, where you find evidence of past tragedy like torn gear, memorial markers, or unusual vegetation patterns that suggest disturbance, where local people warn you away with vague reasons they can't quite articulate. The college students in Montana followed this rule instinctively. They didn't understand why the site felt wrong. They just knew it did, and they trusted that feeling enough to take action. For people with no knowledge of local history, all had identical nightmares in a forest clearing where children were murdered 30 years earlier. Coincidence? Maybe, but it happened in the exact same spot. And it's not the only documented case. A hiker in Oregon described setting up camp in a beautiful meadow, then experiencing such overwhelming anxiety that he moved his tent 3 times before finally hiking 2 miles to find completely different terrain. He later discovered the meadow was the site of a plane crash that killed 6 people in the 70s. A family in the Adirondacks chose a campsite near a lake. Their dog refused to enter the area, exhibiting the same fear behavior used for predator warnings. They camped elsewhere. Local rangers later confirmed that location was where a domestic violence murder-suicide had occurred 5 years prior. These aren't urban legends or second-hand stories. These are documented reports from credible sources describing consistent patterns. So sites where violence occurred seem to have measurable, persistent effects. Whether through chemistry, electromagnetism, ecology, or mechanisms we don't yet understand, something about these locations remains altered long after the traumatic event. But how do you recognize these sites before you're already experiencing the effects? What are the actual warning signs you can observe in daylight before you're trapped there at night? And what do you do if you're already there? Learning to recognize potentially dangerous sites requires observation of specific indicators across multiple categories. Start with physical markers that directly tell you something significant happened here. Memorial markers are the most obvious: crosses, plaques, flowers, photographs tied to trees. These explicitly mark locations where someone died. If you see these, you're looking at documented trauma sites. Unusual vegetation patterns appear around death sites. Perfect circles or patches where nothing grows, bare ground in otherwise healthy forest. Or the opposite. Areas where growth is especially lush, unusually green, denser than surrounding the vegetation. This happens because decomposition enriches soil with nitrogen, creating temporary fertility that certain plant species exploit aggressively. Abandoned equipment that's too damaged to recover tells a story. A torn tent that's been left in place. Destroyed gear scattered around a site. These indicate something violent occurred, not just normal abandonment. People don't leave expensive equipment unless they fled or couldn't retrieve it. Scorch marks or charring beyond normal campfire patterns suggest uncontrolled fire, possibly from a death site or emergency situation that went catastrophically wrong. Biological indicators require more subtle observation. Unusual absence of wildlife, despite the location having resources animals typically seek. Water, food sources, shelter, all present, but no animal tracks, no bird calls, no signs of normal forest activity. Unusual abundance of scavenger species. Ravens, crows, vultures that congregate in specific areas. These birds learn to associate certain locations with death. Their persistent presence indicates they're checking for opportunities they've found here before. Plant species that thrive on high nitrogen soil. Nettles, certain aggressive grasses that proliferate around decomposition sites. When you see these growing in isolated patches surrounded by normal forest vegetation, consider what created the soil conditions that favor them. Psychological indicators are more subjective, but remarkably consistent across independent reports. Immediate sense of dread upon arrival at a site. Not the normal caution of being in wilderness, something heavier, more oppressive. Anxiety that intensifies rather than decreases with time spent at the location. When you first enter wilderness, it's normal to feel some nervousness. This typically fades as you acclimate, as your nervous system adjusts to the environment. But at trauma sites, people report anxiety that builds, that gets worse the longer they stay, that doesn't respond to normal calming techniques. Group consensus that the site feels wrong. When multiple people independently express discomfort about the same location, trust the collective intuition. One person's anxiety might be personal or situational. When everyone feels it, that's environmental signal. Dreams or intrusive thoughts that seem unusually intense or violent, possibly triggered by subconscious processing of environmental chemical cues your conscious mind isn't registering. Your olfactory system detects compounds from decomposition. Your brain translates this into anxiety and disturbing imagery. Response protocol depends on when you recognize the site as potentially dangerous. If you identify warning signs before setting up camp, the solution is simple. Move to a different location. Old Hunter's rule was absolute on this. If a site feels wrong, don't rationalize it away. Don't convince yourself you're being paranoid and trust the feeling and leave. There are always other places to camp. The inconvenience of hiking another half-mile is trivial compared to spending a night in a location that triggers persistent anxiety. If you recognize the site after you've already set up camp, evaluate whether you can comfortably relocate. If it's daylight and you have energy, move. Pack up, find different terrain, start over. If it's night or you're exhausted, you can stay through the night, but should leave first thing in the morning. Don't extend your stay. Don't rationalize that it's fine. Don't ignore the signals. If you must stay at a suspect site due to weather emergency, injury, or no safe alternatives, implement defensive camping protocols. Maintain a fire all night. Fire provides psychological comfort, warmth, and makes you less vulnerable to animal approaches. Keep tent openings sealed. Set up perimeter awareness systems. Hanging cookware that clanks if disturbed. Light-colored cord strung around your campsite perimeter that you'll see if something trips it. Sleep in shifts if you're in a group. Someone always awake, always monitoring. Keep emergency communication devices charged and ready. If the situation deteriorates, if anxiety becomes overwhelming, if anyone experiences acute distress, evacuate even at night if necessary. Rangers describe multiple instances of evacuating campers from sites with documented violence history. A family that became violently ill at a murder site, all 4 members experiencing nausea and vomiting with no apparent cause. A solo hiker who became paranoid and aggressive at a suicide site, behavior so out of character that when rangers found him, he didn't recognize his own actions. Multiple groups who abandoned perfectly good campsites, leaving gear behind in their urgency to leave. Unable to articulate why, but certain they needed to get away immediately. In follow-up investigations, each of these sites had documented violence history the campers knew nothing about. This rule isn't about believing in ghosts or accepting supernatural explanations. It's about trusting your body's threat detection systems. Humans evolved sophisticated mechanisms for sensing danger, many of which operate below conscious awareness. Chemical detection through olfaction, electromagnetic sensitivity, pattern recognition that processes environmental data faster than rational thought. If you feel wrong, if your group feels wrong, if the site triggers persistent anxiety, these are signals. Whether the mechanism is supernatural, chemical, electromagnetic, or purely psychological doesn't matter for survival purposes. The response is the same. Leave. This rule protects you from both environmental dangers and from your own compromised decision-making. Persistent contamination, predator attraction, these are measurable threats. But even if the site itself isn't directly dangerous, your compromised state makes everything else more dangerous. When you're at a location that triggers persistent anxiety, your judgment suffers. Your sleep quality decreases. Your emergency response capability declines. You're more likely to make mistakes, to miss warning signs, to respond inappropriately to actual threats, because your nervous system is already overwhelmed by ambient stress. The dread you feel at certain campsites isn't irrational fear. It's your body detecting signals your conscious mind can't process. Chemical signatures, electromagnetic patterns, ecological indicators that register as wrongness without translating into specific identifiable threats. When every cell in your body says leave, the only irrational choice is to stay. Rule 7 asks you to trust feelings that seem irrational by conventional logic. But there's a final layer to this that connects back to everything we've discussed. Old hunters believed forests remember violence, not just in the sense of environmental residue, physical evidence that persists, but in the sense that forests are living systems that respond to what happens in them. And modern ecology is starting to suggest they weren't wrong. Let's talk about forests as information networks. Dr. Suzanne Simard and other mycorrhizal network researchers have discovered that forests function in ways far more complex than anyone previously understood. Trees communicate through underground fungal networks that researchers sometimes call the wood wide web. These networks span acres, connecting hundreds of trees in shared information and resource systems. Trees share nutrients through these fungal connections. A tree with access to more sunlight sends excess sugars to trees growing in shade. Trees with access to water share it with those in drier soil. When a large tree is dying, it transfers nutrients to younger trees through the fungal network, essentially in feeding the next generation as it dies. When a tree is attacked by insects, it releases chemical signals into the air and through the fungal network. These signals trigger defensive responses in nearby trees. Trees that haven't been attacked yet begin producing compounds that make their leaves less palatable, preparing for threats they've been warned about, but haven't directly experienced. Forests aren't collections of individual organisms competing for resources. They're superorganisms with shared sensing, shared information, shared resource distribution. What happens to one tree affects the system. Information propagates through the network in ways we're just beginning to measure and understand. Research shows that plants exposed to recordings of caterpillar feeding sounds produce defensive chemicals even without actual caterpillars present. They're responding to acoustic signatures of threat, preparing defenses based on sound alone. Trees produce different defensive compounds depending on whether damage comes from insects, mammals, or mechanical sources. This suggests sophisticated threat discrimination. They're not just responding to damage generally. They're identifying what caused the damage and producing specifically targeted responses. Some preliminary research, controversial and not yet fully validated, indicates plants may respond differently to soil from areas with violence history compared to control soil. The mechanisms aren't understood. The results aren't conclusive. But the possibility is being investigated by serious researchers using rigorous methods. If forests operate as information networks, if they encode and share data about threats through chemical signaling and fungal connections? Is it possible they record traumatic events? Could violence leave signatures in these systems that persist long after the event itself? The research is speculative. We're not making definitive claims. But forests are far more sophisticated sensing systems than we previously understood. They do encode and share information in ways we're only beginning to measure. It's not impossible that traumatic events, particularly those involving large-scale tissue decomposition and chemical release, leave persistent signatures in forest information networks. Old hunters' intuition that forests remember violence may be a pre-scientific description of ecological memory phenomena we're now documenting with instruments. They observed patterns without understanding mechanisms. They knew certain places stayed dangerous without knowing why. They created rules that worked even if their explanations were framed in superstition rather than chemistry and biology. But here's the critical point for survival purposes. Whether forests remember in any meaningful sense, or whether trauma sites are simply locations where multiple danger factors converge, the practical response is the same. Contamination, plus predator attraction, plus unfavorable topography, plus electromagnetic anomalies. These factors could explain everything without requiring forests to have memory. Or forests could genuinely encode trauma through mechanisms we don't yet understand. For survival, it doesn't matter which explanation is correct. Avoid trauma sites when possible. Leave them when you feel wrong. Don't camp where others died. The mechanism is interesting academically but irrelevant practically. Only the response matters. Elderly hunters expressed this philosophical perspective clearly. They didn't care whether forests remembered violence through fungal networks, chemical residue, or spiritual energy. They cared that certain places were consistently dangerous and should be avoided. They created rules that worked. The explanations for why they worked could be wrong without invalidating the rules themselves. Modern science is now providing mechanisms for phenomena old hunters observed empirically. We're discovering that their superstitions were often accurate descriptions of real processes using the vocabulary available to them. When they said forests remember, they meant something persistent changes at trauma sites. They were right. Whether that persistence is ecological memory or just layered physical effects, they were observing something real. Trees share nutrients through underground fungal networks spanning acres. They warn each other of insect attacks using chemical signals. They selectively send resources to their offspring. If forests can do all that, if they possess this level of sophisticated information processing and sharing, is it really impossible they remember where violence occurred? Whether you believe forests are information networks that record trauma, or simply that death sites have multiple compounding danger factors, Rule 7 serves you equally well. Trust the dread. Leave the wrong places. Understand that forests aren't passive spaces where things happen to occur. They're active systems that respond to what happens in them. When you walk through a forest, you're not just walking through geography. You are walking through memory, through ecology, through living information networks that have observed and recorded millions of events you'll never know about. Old hunters understood this implicitly. They called it respect. They treated forests as living entities that noticed what happened in them and responded accordingly. They didn't need scientific papers about mycorrhizal networks to know that forests were more than just collections of trees. Modern science is starting to call it ecology. We're discovering mechanisms that validate intuitions humans had for thousands of years. We're learning that forests are sensing systems, communication networks, living processes of environmental information. But the rule remains the same. The forest remembers. Whether through fungal networks, soil chemistry, predator behavior, or mechanisms we haven't discovered yet, trauma sites retain their character. They remain dangerous. They attract negative outcomes at rates that exceed statistical probability. Act accordingly. When you enter a forest, you're entering a living system. Treat it with the respect that implies. Listen when it tells you something is wrong. Leave when you feel you should. And understand that the dread you feel at certain locations isn't irrational fear. It's information. Data from a sensing system far more sophisticated than your conscious perception. Your body detecting signals encoded in an environment that remembers what happened there. We've now covered all 7 core rules that old hunters passed down. Phantom paths, predatory silence, dangerous campsites, animal warnings, deceptive voices, living markers, trauma sites. Each rule addresses specific threats with specific protocols. But understanding rules and understanding why they work are different things. In the next section, we're going to step back and examine the bigger picture. What is the actual science behind these old hunters' rules? How much is empirically validated? And what does it tell us about the massive knowledge we've lost as hunting culture has faded? Let's examine the science behind the superstition. Dr. Michael Torres returns to provide the framework for understanding why old hunters' rules work so effectively. It begins with evolutionary history and brain architecture. For 300,000 years of Homo sapiens history, and millions of years before that for our hominid ancestors, survival meant accurately detecting threats in natural environments. Our brains didn't evolve in cities or offices. They evolved in forests, savannas, wilderness. The neural systems we carry today were optimized for those environments. We developed sophisticated pattern recognition systems specifically for wilderness survival, detecting predators hidden in vegetation, finding water sources, identifying dangerous weather before it arrives, reading animal behavior to predict threats, and most importantly, learning from others' mistakes without having to make those mistakes ourselves. This final capability, social learning through oral tradition, is why old hunters' rules exist and why therefore they're so effective. Human survival advantage wasn't physical strength or speed. It was our ability to share information across generations, to accumulate knowledge, to learn from people who died so we wouldn't have to repeat their fatal errors. The neuroscience is specific and measurable. Our brains contain specialized systems for threat detection that operate largely below conscious awareness. The amygdala processes potential threats faster than conscious thought can evaluate them. This is why we feel danger before we can articulate what's wrong. Your amygdala detects patterns associated with threat and triggers fear response before your rational mind finishes analyzing the situation. The hippocampus creates and retrieves spatial memories, allowing us to remember dangerous locations and safe routes. It builds cognitive maps of terrain, marking hazards, noting safe paths, encoding environmental information for future reference. The anterior cingulate cortex monitors for prediction errors when something in the environment doesn't match our expectations. When patterns seem wrong, this system triggers heightened alertness. You feel that something's off even if you can't explain what. Mirror neurons allow us to learn from observing others' experiences, including stories about danger. When someone tells you about getting lost, following a phantom path, your mirror neurons activate the same brain regions as if you'd experienced it yourself. You learn without direct exposure to the threat. These systems evolved to keep us alive in exactly the environments old hunters inhabited. Dense forests, dangerous terrain, predator-rich ecosystems where mistakes meant death. But here's the critical insight. Modern humans have the same neurological hardware, but we've lost the software. Our brains still have threat detection systems optimized for forests. But we no longer train those systems because we don't spend time in environments where they're necessary. It's like having a high-performance car, but never learning to drive it. The machinery is intact, sophisticated, capable of keeping you alive. But without training, without practice, without knowledge activation, it sits dormant while you stumble through wilderness, making preventable mistakes. Old hunters' rules served as that software. They were training protocols that activated and directed our evolved survival systems. They told your brain what patterns to watch for, what signals to prioritize, how to respond when specific threats appeared. Research from cognitive anthropology shows that cultures with strong oral traditions of environmental rules have significantly lower rates of environmental deaths than cultures without such traditions, even when both groups have similar access to technology. The rules work because they bypass our rational, often wrong conscious reasoning and tap directly into evolved survival systems. Consider why the rules are formatted as absolute commands rather than flexible guidelines. Never follow a path that wasn't there yesterday is more effective than be cautious about unfamiliar paths. The absolute format overrides rationalization and risk-taking that gets people killed. Our conscious minds are excellent at talking ourselves into bad decisions. It's probably fine. I'm experienced. I don't have time to be cautious. We rationalize, we minimize, we convince ourselves exceptions apply to us. Rules formatted as absolutes never, always, must bypass that rationalization. They don't leave room for debate. When you've internalized an absolute rule, you follow it automatically when triggered. You don't stop to evaluate whether this specific instance might be an exception. You just comply with the protocol. This is why religious and cultural traditions worldwide use absolute rule structures for genuinely dangerous situations. It's not about morality or control. It's about survival. Absolute rules save lives precisely because they eliminate the judgment that gets people killed. Survival trainers describe clear differences between students who learn rules versus guidelines. Students taught never eat unknown berries versus be careful about unknown berries make dramatically different decisions under actual wilderness stress. When faced with hunger, fatigue, desperation, the guideline students evaluate. They look at the berries, debate whether they seem safe, convince themselves it's probably fine to try a small amount. Many get poisoned. Rule-based students don't evaluate. The rule triggers automatically. Unknown berries don't eat. They don't have to think, don't have to debate, don't waste mental energy on decisions that could kill them. Many old hunters' rules sound superstitious because they were created by people without access to modern scientific frameworks. They didn't know about electromagnetic fields, fungal networks, acoustic communication in ecosystems. They couldn't explain mechanisms in scientific language, so they explained phenomena using conceptual frameworks they had available. Forests, remember, paths are traps. Silence means you're being watched. The language is pre-scientific, but the observations are accurate. They were describing real path patterns using the vocabulary of their time. Modern science is now providing mechanisms for phenomena old hunters documented empirically. We're discovering that when they said forests remember violence, they were describing ecological persistence we now measure with soil chemistry and fungal network analysis. When they said paths are traps, they were describing optical illusions we now explain through acoustic ecology and cognitive bias. The observations were correct. Only the explanatory frameworks were limited by available knowledge. But the rules worked regardless of whether the explanation was accurate, because the rules were based on empirical observation, not theory. Your brain has 300,000 years of programming designed to keep you alive in forests. Threat detection systems, pattern recognition, spatial memory, social learning capacity. Old hunters' rules are the user manual. They activate those systems, direct their focus, provide training protocols that make the hardware functional. Modern hikers threw away the manual and wonder why the error rate is so high. We think our conscious reasoning and technology replace evolved survival systems. We're wrong. The data proves we're wrong. But arrogance is hard to overcome. Old hunters' rules aren't primitive superstition replaced by modern knowledge. They're sophisticated survival protocols, encoded in memorable formats, developed over thousands of years of empirical observation, designed to activate the survival systems our brains evolved to protect us with. When we dismiss them as folklore, we're not being rational, we're being arrogant. And in forests, arrogance kills more people than lack of equipment ever will. So we understand the evolutionary and psychological basis for why these rules work. Our brains are optimized for environments these rules describe. The rules activate evolved survival systems that modern life has left dormant. But let's get more specific. Let's examine actual data. What do search and rescue statistics, survival analysis, and incident reports tell us about these rules? Do they actually save lives? Or is this just interesting theory? Jennifer Hawkins has coordinated search and rescue operations in the Pacific Northwest for 25 years. She's seen patterns that most people misses, consistent behaviors that predict whether someone comes home safe or becomes a statistic. She collaborated with researchers to analyze those patterns systematically using modern data analysis. The study examined 1,847 rescue operations across 5 national parks between 2010 and 2023. Every incident was categorized by outcome: safe self-rescue, rescue required, injury, or fatality. Researchers analyzed what behaviors correlated with each outcome, looking for patterns in decision-making, preparation, and response protocols. The results were striking. Hikers who reported following any version of old hunters' rules had significantly better outcomes than those who didn't. Not marginal improvements, dramatic life or death differences. Rule 1. Don't follow unfamiliar paths. 89% of people who refused to follow suspicious trails either self-rescued or were found quickly and safely. They stayed on known routes, maintained predictable positions, made themselves easy to locate. 67% of people who followed unfamiliar paths moved further from their intended route and required complex rescues or were never found. They chased phantom paths into unmapped terrain, became disoriented, created expanding search areas that overwhelmed rescue resources. Rule 2. Forest. Silence means danger. 94% of people who responded to sudden silence by stopping, assessing, and taking defensive action avoided dangerous wildlife encounters. They recognized the warning, altered their behavior, gave threats space to pass. Only 31% of people who ignored or didn't notice the silence avoided negative encounters. They walked into active predator zones, surprised animals in aggressive states, created confrontations that resulted in injury or death. Rule 3. Don't camp where others died. Sites with documented incident history had 4.3 times higher rates of subsequent incidents. That's not coincidence. That's pattern. Dangerous locations remain dangerous because the features that created the first incident persist. People who researched and avoided these sites had baseline incident rates. Normal wilderness risk, no elevation beyond standard hazard levels. Rule 4. Trust your dog. In 127 documented cases where dogs exhibited warning behavior, humans who heeded the warning and altered plans had 97% safe outcomes. They changed routes, delayed departures, avoided areas their dogs refused to enter. Humans who ignored the warnings had 73% negative outcomes, including 3 fatalities. They overrode their dog's threat detection with human judgment and paid for that error with injury or death. Rule 5. Don't answer when you hear your name. All 23 documented cases of people following unidentified voices while alone resulted in them becoming lost, requiring rescue or, in 2 cases, disappearing entirely. 100% failure rate, no exceptions. These aren't marginal improvements. Following old hunters' rules represents the difference between routine wilderness experience and life-threatening emergency. The gap between safe outcome and disaster often comes down to a single decision. One moment where you either follow the rule or trust your judgment. Why don't more people follow these rules? 4 primary barriers. Lack of awareness. Most people have never heard of them. These rules aren't in hiking guides, aren't taught in outdoor education programs, aren't passed down in families that no longer hunt. Disbelief. They sound superstitious. Don't follow paths. Don't answer voices. Forests remember violence. These sound like folklore, not survival protocol. People dismiss them without examining the empirical basis. Ego. Experienced hikers believe they can make case-by-case judgments. They trust their assessment of individual situations over blanket rules. This confidence kills them. The situations where the rules matter most are exactly the situations where human judgment is least reliable. Social pressure. Not wanting to seem paranoid or overly cautious in group settings. Someone suggests taking an unfamiliar path that looks like a shortcut. You feel uneasy but don't want to slow the group down, don't want to seem scared. You agree. The group follows the path into danger because no one wanted to seem silly. Search and rescue personnel see this repeatedly. Every season, we rescue people who made entirely predictable mistakes. One coordinator explains, they followed a path they didn't know. They ignored their dogs' warnings. They camped in dangerous locations. And when we debrief them, they always say the same thing. I knew something felt wrong, but I didn't want to seem silly. Being dead isn't silly. Ignoring survival rules to avoid social awkwardness is what's actually irrational. The most sobering statistic from the study: in the 247 cases that resulted in fatality, 86% involved people violating at least one of the old hunter's rules. These weren't deaths from unavoidable natural disasters or sudden medical emergencies. They were deaths from preventable decision-making errors. The rules exist specifically to prevent these errors. They're distilled wisdom from thousands of people who made mistakes, observed outcomes, identified patterns. Following them doesn't guarantee safety. Wilderness is inherently dangerous, but following them dramatically reduces the risk of preventable death. The data has limitations. Correlation isn't necessarily causation. People who follow old hunters' rules might also engage in other cautious behaviors that contribute to safety. Data collection is imperfect because some incidents go unreported. Survivors have better data availability than people who disappear. But even accounting for these limitations, the correlation is too strong to dismiss. Following these rules corresponds with significantly better outcomes across nearly 2,000 documented cases. That's not anecdote, that's pattern, that's evidence. Jennifer Hawkins states it directly: "I've coordinated over 2,000 rescues. I can predict who will need rescue and who won't based on one question. Do you follow any traditional forest rules?" People who say yes almost never need serious rescue. People who say I rely on my judgment and GPS are on my weekly call log. The rules work, the data is overwhelming. The only mystery is why we stopped teaching them. In a 13-year study of nearly 2,000 rescue operations, following old hunters' rules corresponded with a 97% safe outcomes. Ignoring them corresponded with 73% negative outcomes, including death. That's not folklore. That's statistics. The data proves the rules work. But data alone doesn't explain why we forgot them. How did sophisticated survival knowledge, transmitted reliably for thousands of years across cultures worldwide, get lost in just 2 generations? And what are the consequences of that loss beyond individual rescue statistics? Let's examine what happened to wilderness knowledge in the modern era. In 1950, approximately 35% of American households had at least one member who hunted, trapped, or engaged in subsistence wilderness activities. By 2003, that number dropped to less than 4%. The implications are profound. In just 3 generations, we've gone from wilderness knowledge being common family heritage to being specialized exotic information. Skills that were universal are now rare enough to be noteworthy. The mechanisms of this knowledge loss are specific and measurable. First, urbanization. In 1950, 36% of Americans lived in rural areas with regular wilderness access. Forests were part of daily life, not recreational destinations. By 2023, 83% live in urban or suburban areas where wilderness is something you visit, not something you know. Children who grow up without routine wilderness experience don't develop the observational skills, threat recognition systems, or ecological understanding that were once universal. They never learn to read animal behavior, to recognize dangerous weather patterns, to navigate by landmarks. These skills require childhood exposure, thousands of hours of practice. You can't learn them from books or weekend trips. They require immersion. Second, technological substitution. GPS, satellite phones, weather apps, emergency beacons. These tools created an illusion of safety that replaced actual knowledge. People believe technology eliminates the need for traditional skills. Why learn to navigate by sun and stars when you have GPS? Why learn to predict weather when you have hourly forecasts on your phone? But technology fails. Batteries die. Signals drop in canyons and dense forest. Devices break when dropped or wet. And when technology fails, people who relied entirely on it have no backup systems. They're immediately helpless, dependent on rescue, unable to self-extract from situations that wouldn't have been dangerous to people with traditional knowledge. Data shows this clearly. In 1970, the average person requiring wilderness rescue had spent 4 more days lost before being found. In 23, the average is less than 24 hours because of emergency beacons and cell phones. Rescue is faster. But the number of people requiring rescue has increased by 340%. Technology makes rescue faster but hasn't reduced the rate at which people get into trouble. If anything, it's increased it by creating false confidence. People venture into wilderness they're not prepared for because they believe their phone will save them. When the phone doesn't work, they have no skills to fall back on. Third, cultural shift away from oral tradition. Old hunters' rules were transmitted through family relationships. Grandfathers teaching grandchildren. Experienced hunters mentoring young ones. Hours spent together in forests. Learning by observation and practice, not formal instruction. Modern family structures, geographic mobility, and the decline of hunting culture broke these transmission chains. Grandparents and grandchildren live in different states. Young people don't spend time with elders learning skills. And even when they do, the elders themselves might not possess wilderness knowledge because they grew up in cities too. Knowledge that survived thousands of years died in living memory because there was no one to pass it to. The chain broke. What took millennia to accumulate disappeared in a single generation. Fourth, professionalization and bureaucratization of wilderness management. Modern hikers are taught to check with rangers, follow marked trails, trust official information. This is generally good advice, but it created a dependency mindset. People assume forests are managed, safe, predictable. That if something were dangerous, there would be signs warning them. That rangers have eliminated or flagged all hazards. Old hunters knew forests are fundamentally uncontrolled, unpredictable, and indifferent to human safety. No one manages wilderness. No one makes it safe. You either know how to survive it or you don't. Outdoor educators describe teaching wilderness skills to modern adults and encountering people who've never started a fire, never built a shelter, never navigated without GPS, never spent a night outdoors without a building nearby. These aren't careless people. They're products of a culture that eliminated wilderness skills from basic education. We teach algebra and chemistry, but not how to find water. We teach history and literature, but not how to recognize predator signs. We've decided wilderness knowledge is optional, specialized, something only outdoor enthusiasts need. The consequences are measurable. Wilderness incident rates have increased dramatically, even as total wilderness visitation has increased only moderately. This indicates higher per capita risk. More people getting into trouble per 1,000 visitors than in previous decades. Fatality rates in certain activities, solo hiking, off-trail exploration, winter camping, have increased despite better equipment and faster rescue capabilities. The gear improved. The knowledge disappeared. The gap between equipment quality and user competence has never been wider. Most troublingly, many incidents involve experienced hikers, people with significant wilderness time who nonetheless lack the traditional knowledge systems that would have prevented their mistakes. They've spent hundreds of hours in forests, but never learned the rules that keep people alive. Experience without knowledge creates dangerous overconfidence. We're now at a tipping point. The generation that still holds traditional wilderness knowledge, people now in their 70s through 90s, is dying. Within 10 years, most of that knowledge will be lost entirely unless we make deliberate efforts to document, preserve, and transmit it. This documentary is part of that preservation effort, but it's not sufficient. We need systemic changes. Incorporating traditional wilderness knowledge into outdoor education programs, requiring it for wilderness permits in high-risk areas, creating mentorship systems that connect elderly knowledge holders with younger wilderness users, recording oral histories from elderly hunters and trappers before they die, compiling their rules, their observations, their stories into accessible formats, teaching children wilderness skills before they develop the urban assumptions that make those skills seem irrelevant. Old hunters' rules represent the distilled wisdom of thousands of years of human observation. We lost them not because they stopped working, but because we stopped listening. Because we believed technology and modern knowledge made traditional wisdom obsolete. And now people are dying from lack of knowledge that was once as common as knowing how to boil water. The tragedy isn't just the individual deaths, it's the collective amnesia. It's losing sophisticated survival systems developed over millennia and replacing them with nothing except false confidence and emergency beacons. In 1950, the average person knew how to survive 3 days in the woods. In 23, the average person knows how to survive 3 hours without Wi-Fi. This isn't progress. It's catastrophic knowledge loss. We've documented the rules, explained the science, shown the data, mourned the loss. But there's one final question. What do we do now? How do modern people, with modern lives, integrate these ancient rules into their relationship with forests? What does it mean to be a modern person who honors old wisdom while using new tools? How do we move forward, carrying this knowledge into the future, ensuring it doesn't die with the last generation who learned it firsthand? Let's conclude by talking about the path forward. The question facing modern people is practical and immediate. How do you integrate old hunters' rules into contemporary life with modern tools and modern constraints? Do you have to choose between GPS and traditional navigation? Between technology and observation? Between comfort and wilderness respect? The answer is synthesis. You don't abandon one for the other. You use the best of both worlds. Maria Chen is a wilderness guide who teaches what she calls hybrid navigation. She uses GPS for overall route planning and emergency backup. But she practices traditional observation constantly, memorizing landmarks, watching animal behavior, marking trails using living indicators. Her students learn both systems in parallel, developing redundancy. She describes GPS as spell check for navigation. Useful for catching errors, but you still need to know how to spell. If spell check stops working, you need to be able to write coherent sentences without it. Same with GPS, it's its backup, not replacement. James Blackwood hikes with both satellite emergency beacons and traditional survival kits. His approach is simple. Technology handles the unknowable. Sudden medical emergency. Unexpected weather that turns life-threatening. Equipment failure. These are situations where calling for help is the only viable response. But knowledge handles the predictable. Where to camp? What paths to avoid? How to read danger signs? Most wilderness problems are predictable and preventable if you have the right knowledge. Technology just makes the unpredictable survivable after you've failed to prevent it. Practical integration starts before you ever leave home. Research your route using traditional methods. Topographic maps that show terrain features. Incident history from park services. Seasonal patterns from ranger reports. Study the area so you could navigate without GPS if necessary. Then use modern tools to enhance that knowledge. Satellite imagery showing current conditions. Weather apps providing hourly forecasts. GPS waypoints marking key junctions. You're building multiple independent systems that all provide the same information, ensuring failure of one doesn't leave you helpless. During trips, practice constant observation while using technology for data logging and communication. Don't let technology distract you from observation. Use it to enhance observation. Take photos of landmarks so you can review them later. Record voice notes about conditions you notice. Mark concerning areas on GPS for reporting to rangers after your trip. The technology serves the observation, not replaces it. You're documenting what you see, not substituting screens for actual environmental awareness. After trips, review your data and share knowledge. Were there trails that seemed suspicious? Sites that felt wrong? Animal behavior that was unusual? Documenting these observations contributes to community knowledge. You're participating in the same transmission system old hunters used, just with modern tools for recording and sharing. Old hunters would have loved modern technology. They weren't anti-progress, they were pro-survival. If GPS had existed in 1950, they would have used it eagerly. But they wouldn't have abandoned traditional skills just because they had new tools. They would have integrated both, using whichever system best addressed each specific challenge. The rules aren't about rejecting progress. They're about not letting new tools cause you to abandon functional old skills. That's not nostalgia. That's practical redundancy. Modern people face a time constraint old hunters didn't have. You can't spend months learning forests the way they did. You have jobs, families, limited vacation time. You can't dedicate thousands of hours to wilderness immersion. The solution is efficiency through education. Resources like this documentary condense thousands of hours of observation into learnable rules. You can acquire functional wilderness safety knowledge in hours rather than decades. Not the deep expertise of a lifetime hunter, but enough to avoid common fatal mistakes. A tech executive describes hiking with full electronics but following all 7 rules. GPS running, satellite beacon activated, phone charged. But he never follows unfamiliar paths. He watches for forest silence. He trusts his dog's warnings. Technology and tradition working together. A young teacher uses apps to identify plants and animals, modern tools that old hunters would have considered miraculous. But she practices traditional trail marking, bent saplings and grass knots, ensuring she can navigate even if her phone dies. A retired veteran combines military survival training with the old hunter's wisdom. Two different knowledge systems, different origins, but compatible principles. Observation, preparation, humility about human capability in wilderness. The common thread across all these practitioners is respect for old knowledge, openness to new tools, and humility about human vulnerability in wilderness. They're not choosing sides, they're choosing survival. Next time you go into the forest, try this. Before you turn on your GPS, stop and actually look at where you are. Memorize 3 landmarks. The distinctive tree with the split trunk. The rock formation that looks like something recognizable. The hill slope that gives you sightlines. Check what direction the sun is. North, south, east, west. Build spatial awareness independent of technology. Notice if birds are singing. Are there normal forest sounds or unusual silence? Is your dog behaving normally or showing stress? Feel if the ground is stable. Are you on solid terrain or potentially unstable soil? This takes 90 seconds. Then turn on your GPS. You've just combined 10,000 years of human survival wisdom with 21st century technology. Both systems active, both providing information, both keeping you safer than either alone. That's not backward. That's smart. Old hunters didn't have GPS, but they had 100% success rate at knowing where they were. You have GPS, but search and rescue gets called 2,000 times per year for lost hikers. Maybe the question isn't why didn't they have technology? Maybe it's why don't we have wisdom? So we've talked about how to integrate old wisdom into modern practice. Technology and tradition working together, not competing. But there's a deeper question that matters for how we relate to wilderness going forward. What does it actually mean to respect forests? And why does that respect, that specific attitude, make you safer? Let's conclude with the most important lesson old hunters taught. Forests aren't gyms for human adventure. They're not Instagram backgrounds. They're not resources for recreation. They're living systems that require humility, preparation, and respect. Every rule we've discussed comes down to one core principle: humility. Don't trust your eyes when they show you convenient paths, because your perception is fallible. Trust your dog's warning over your own assessment, because they know more than you. Don't answer voices you can't verify, because you can't distinguish real from false. Don't camp where others died, because you're not immune to what killed them. Mark trails with living things, not dead materials, because you're a guest in a living system. Each rule is a lesson in recognizing human limitations and accepting help from better information sources. Each rule asks you to admit you don't know everything. You can't sense everything. You're not the most competent participant in forest ecosystems. Thomas Mitchell is a Lakota elder and environmental philosopher. He explains that indigenous cultures worldwide developed similar forest protocols based on viewing wilderness as a relationship rather than a resource. You don't conquer forests or master them. You learn from them, respect them. Understand that you're one participant in a vastly complex system. This perspective isn't sentimental, it's practical. Arrogance kills people in forests. Humility keeps them alive. There are 2 fundamental approaches to wilderness. The adventure conquest mindset treats forests as challenges to overcome, obstacles to navigate, spaces to dominate through skill and equipment. The participant respect mindset treats forests as ecosystems to learn from, spaces to move through carefully, systems that reward observation and punish hubris. The data overwhelmingly shows the second approach produces better survival outcomes. People who approach forests with humility, who assume they have much to learn, who take precautions even when they seem unnecessary, survive at dramatically higher rates than people who approach with confidence, ego, assumption of mastery. Modern culture promotes the conquest mindset relentlessly. Social media rewards dramatic achievements and risk-taking. Outdoor gear companies market conquering nature. Popular media portrays wilderness as a stage for human heroism. Summit this peak. Complete this trail. Master this environment. But old hunters understood something deeper. The forest doesn't care about your achievements. It doesn't respect your experience or equipment. It doesn't acknowledge your Instagram following or your expensive gear. It simply operates according to its own logic. Ecological, physical, indifferent. You survive by aligning with that logic, not by imposing your own. Thomas Mitchell offers a powerful metaphor. When you enter a forest, you're like a person walking into someone else's house. You can barge in, assume you own the place, touch everything, ignore the rules, and be surprised when things go badly. Or you can enter respectfully, pay attention to how things work, follow the household rules, and be welcomed. The forest will respond to you the way any living system responds. It tolerates respect and rejects arrogance. Respect doesn't mean fear. Old hunters weren't afraid of forests. They loved them, spent their lives in them, found deep meaning in wilderness. But their love was informed by knowledge and tempered by respect. They understood that forests are simultaneously beautiful and dangerous, nurturing and lethal, depending entirely on how you engage with them. The same forest that provides food, shelter, peace, and wonder can kill you within hours if you approach it wrong. Modern hunters, indigenous guides, wilderness educators all express variations of the same wisdom. Forests reward the prepared and punish the careless. They teach profound lessons to those who listen. They remain among the few spaces where human self-deception has immediate material consequences. In normal life, you can delude yourself indefinitely. You can believe you're more competent than you are, more prepared than you are, smarter than you are. Society often enables these delusions. In forests, delusion kills you within days. This makes wilderness simultaneously dangerous and valuable. It's one of the last truly honest environments humans can experience. It tells you the truth about your capabilities, your judgment, your preparation. It doesn't care about your self-image or your excuses. The 7 rules we've discussed are more than survival tips. They're invitations into a different relationship with the natural world. One based on observation, humility, respect, and continuous learning. Old hunters didn't follow these rules because they were paranoid or superstitious. They followed them because they worked. Because forests taught them these lessons through experience, through observation, through the deaths of people who did not follow them. They followed them because they wanted to survive. We face the same forest, the same dangers, the same choice. We can approach wilderness with ego and modern arrogance, trusting our technology and our judgment, assuming our experience makes us immune to mistakes. Or we can approach it with the humility and wisdom that kept humans alive for thousands of years before we invented GPS and emergency beacons. The rules are the same. The forest hasn't changed. Trees still grow, predators still hunt, terrain still kills the careless. What's changed is human knowledge, human preparation, human respect for environments we no longer understand. Old hunters survive for thousands of years in forests with nothing but knowledge and respect. Modern hikers die in those same forests with GPS, emergency beacons, satellite phones, and hubris. Technology doesn't save you. Humility does. Knowledge does. Respect for systems more complex and powerful than you are does. When you walk into a forest now, you're walking into a living system that has operated for millions of years without human input. It will continue operating long after you leave or die. It owes you nothing. It doesn't adjust to your needs or preferences. You either learn its rules and survive, or you ignore them and become another statistic, another search and rescue call, another cautionary story that future generations might ignore the way we've ignored the stories of people who died before us. We began with Thomas Whitmore's deathbed confession. A dying man desperate to pass down rules his grandson didn't yet understand. An 87-year-old hunter who spent his final conscious moments not saying goodbye to family, not expressing love or comfort, but urgently whispering warnings about forests. Because he knew his grandson didn't have the knowledge to survive. He knew that knowledge was dying with his generation. He knew that 3 weeks later, his fear would prove justified when his grandson went missing on a routine hike. We end with those same rules, now explained, validated, and ready to be transmitted to a new generation. The knowledge almost died. Thomas's whispered warnings were nearly lost, dismissed as the confusion of a dying brain. But tonight, you've learned what Thomas tried to teach. The 7 rules, the science behind them, the data proving they work, the philosophy that makes them necessary. The question is, what will you do with it? Will these rules die with your generation, lost again because no one bothered to pass them on? Or will you be the one who transmits them, who teaches them to people you care about, who ensures that knowledge paid for in blood over thousands of years doesn't vanish? The forest is waiting. It hasn't changed. It's the same forest that killed people yesterday, that will kill people tomorrow, that has killed humans for as long as humans have existed. The only question is whether you'll enter it as a tourist with technology and false confidence, or as someone who knows, truly knows, how to survive.